Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, no. Sound's working fine. It is December, everybody. The last month of the year. You know, after coming off the heels of Thanksgiving, we got one more fattening month left to go before people begin trimming down for the year. Hopefully we're all doing well in both body and mind, and I hope we enjoy our stay. I apparently forgot to activate certain things, so let me go ahead and do that. There we go. Fixed. I think it's fixed. Before we get started, I'd like to take a moment to just thank everybody. Today is the last day before the month cycle starts over. I do want to thank everyone who has donated or has subscribed in the past. I really do appreciate it. And if you guys want your names on these placards, you just chuck some coins at me. $1 a month on Patreon or Coffee is the easiest way to do that. It directly supports me. So if you're like, I don't want to give Bezos money, well, you don't have to. You can give me money instead. But for this month's cycle, I would like to take a moment to thank our lovely contributors. I do not have any subscribers, patrons, or one-off contributors this month, but I would like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier subscription. Membership, excuse me. I really do appreciate that, good sir. I hope you enjoy all the benefits that come along with the membership, including previewing thumbnails for the streams ahead of time. I try to make sure that is a consistent benefit for the stream, since I don't have all that much to give back to my wonderful, wonderful senators who continue to fuel things for me. Let's take a moment and just play the camera minigame, shall we? I think we're all right. Welcome on in, Mr. Fent and Mr. Jason. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you both are doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in right at the beginning, so there hasn't really been anything you missed. Let me go ahead and read comments, then we'll do catch up, recap, and what we intend to do later today. And we'll go from there. So, Mr. Jason says, on the first day of Coinmas, Mr. Coin gave to me another epic Tears to the Kingdom stream. I appreciate the caroling in text. It's fine. Yes, exactly. It doesn't... Christmas is where the heart is, as they say. Nah, I mean, the winter season and festive spirit is where the heart is, but Christmas has a specific date for a reason. And it's, only pseudo-intellectual gobbledygook. It's totally not, theft from Yule. Happy Yule to those that celebrate, I should say. Mr. Jason says, I love weekdays, Mr. Coin. Truly you do. You start your day with Mr. Blitz and end your day with Mr. Coin. I saw. How are the advent calendar purchases coming along, Mr. Jason? I know that was something that I think I saw a Discord post, I was just never in a position to reply to it until you already... until the message was already gone. Mr. Jason says, earlier today you gave your two local posties their Christmas card. Nice. You know what? I need to do that this month. Maybe I should make a tradition of that. What do you lovely senators think? Would you like a card from yours truly? Maybe it's not Christmas, but perhaps I can tailor it to whatever cultural holiday you have in the land that you hail from. Something along those lines. Christmas, Yule, Hanukkah, so on. I've not seen the main posties for such a long while. On Christmas days, posties aren't going to be working, and so wouldn't have to see a post box or letterbox. So you made sure that you got them both a Christmas card in the shape of a post box or a door with a letterbox. Ah, yes, reminding them of work. Truly, the trollishness of trolls. It's in good jest. I hope they know that. Mr. Jason gives them one. You give them both one of those Christmas cards every single year, and you still have 3 sealed packs of 10, so 15 years worth of cards. Too true. Well, come on in, user 11. Good to see you. No, you're not late. We've barely even begun. You missed the most boring part of the stream, which is the first, like, 5 or 7 minutes. But hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, good sir. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. Mr. Oh, right, those are both directed at, user 11. Thank you. Hey, I didn't want to say this, but guess whose birthday is today? Would it be yours, user 11? Usually when people say that, they mean for the user to guess. They mean for a person to guess them. 9 times out of 10, or a relative, one of your relatives or family members. Well, happy birthday, user 11. I'll try to make today special for you then. I'm not going to ask how old you are, because I don't think the internet needs to know that, number one. And number two, the internet is not a great place to share that information, but happy birthday. Now, last time on Tears of the Kingdom, we stopped getting stumped on a puzzle in Toto Lake. We finally figured out what we needed to do on Floating Scales Island. I just didn't look at it right. Then after that, we had we watched a little spat play out between Yona and Sidon, where Yona reminded Sidon, hey, you know, you're not yourself. You know, you need to be... Where's the fearless Sidon I once knew? And Yona had to, like, snap Sidon out of a very real, palpable feeling of fear that I totally get why Sidon felt it. But he can't be himself if he is not fearless or near fearless. After that, we went to East Reservoir Lake, went in to the waterworks, delved right on over around here for a mechanism that ultimately pointed us toward Wellspring Island. After we made it to Wellspring Island, it was the dungeon, right? You had the lead up, and then you had the actual dungeon itself. We turned on all the water faucets. This was basically a giant sink in the sky. We turned on all the water faucets, and then I mistakenly activated the mechanism instead of ending the stream earlier that day. So we ended up finding out that we have a Octorok to go kill. So that's what we got to do next. Oh, also, I believe I need to reset the counter, which hotkey did that. This one right here. New week, new set of jokes, new set of puns. Let's see where the counter is. We've generally made it between 50 and 70 since we've started doing this. We've had one instance where we made like 25 or 26 jokes and puns, but you know, I stream 2 days of the week, so 50 to 70 jokes and puns is good. Let's see. Mr. Jason says at Wellspring Island, we had to look at things from a new perspective. Hey, Mr. Coin. Yeah. Too true. So now, unfortunately, we don't get the cinematic. I would have loved to have greeted you with that, folks. But I highly recommend you go over to YouTube, youtube.com/coinstamp, and watch the previous stream about, I would say within an hour, or I should say within the last 10-15 minutes if you want to see that cinematic for the Octorok. For the time being, let's head back and do what we gotta do, eh? And then after that, after we kill the Octorok, I will go and pull up the treasure chest map that I found earlier, and we can use that to kind of cross off, cross everything off. Yeah, last live, why are we whispering? I just wanted to be saucy, user 11, that's all. I wanted to be, I didn't want to just yell that plainly into the mic. It's entertainment. Besides, the whispering is kind of meant to denote, you know, us seeing the cinematic at the end of the last stream was not supposed to have happened. That kind of thing. Mr. Jason says, be careful, this boss doesn't muck about. Oh, alright, your joke was not understood. What, hold on. Sorry, I can be a bit dense with jokes sometimes. I guess maybe try to explain it, or like type it again in one sentence and see if I have an issue with it then. That would be my suggestion. That said, we got ourselves a fight on our hands. Link, at last, I've been waiting for you. Come now, let us be off. Alrighty, it is time for our friend the Octorok, and I have the perfect strategy. Perfect strategy, he says. Yes, that's totally what's happening. Yeah, apparently. User 11 says, were we whispering last live? Yeah, if that's supposed to be a joke, I kind of don't get what the joke is supposed to be. But that's a good attempt. You know, keep practicing. Or maybe I'm just an airhead. It's probably the latter and not the former. Uh-oh. How about no? We need to do something about this. Okay, got him. Stop moving around. Is that thing dancing? It looked like it was. Oh, right. I almost forgot. I know, Sidon. Thanks for the assistance. I don't need you muttering things the entire time. I want to take this picture in peace.
Declare it away. It's able to swim through the sludge. That's hard to catch.
Yeah, enough of that. Bye. Sorry about that. I wanted to make sure that I didn't have interruptions during that. Do. I usually wink out the camera when stuff like that's going on. Sidon of the Zora, along with a new heart container. You combine forces with Sidon to defeat the monster producing the sludge. What remained of the substance dispersed, taking the threat to the Zora along with it. Sidon was left gazing at the strange stone that appeared when the sludge vanished. User 11 says, it's like the plate. It was like because the place was named Wellspring, and and the word whispering. Oh, I see what you were doing there. That's really subtle. That is an excellent attempt at wordplay. I could see why you made that joke. That's a good one. I was too dense to get it. I didn't even think about the fact that you were using a wordplay pun. And English is kind of my forte, so that really should just not have happened. I should have gotten it the very first time. Whoops. Please take a conciliatory applause and a counter. I wanted to make sure. Thank you for explaining it. I realize explaining the joke ruins the joke, but this was a wordplay pun. I kind of needed the explanation. All right. Let's. I'm gonna wink. Hold on. Yeah, let's wink this out.
Sidon, my cherished kin.
That voice again. You're the one we've been hearing this whole time?
Indeed. I am your ancestor from a time long past. I served the first king of Hyrule as a Zora warrior and a sage who, like you, could direct the flow of water. You are the pride of the Zora, your fluid, graceful movements as you fight. I would expect nothing less from my descendant. You bested the monster that sullied our domain, but it was a servant of a greater evil, the Demon King. His true purpose was to prevent you from obtaining the stone that you just found. My secret stone.
That stone that you are wearing?
Yes. And it is important you know more about the stone and the Demon King. So listen closely to what I have to say. It concerns the imprisoning war and the destiny of our people. Though we Zora live long lives, this all happened in a time ancient even to us. The kingdom of Hyrule was still in its infancy. A great evil, the Demon King, appeared. He invaded Hyrule and sought to cut the new kingdom's time short. But Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, brought me and 5 other warriors together to oppose him. To fight the Demon King, Rauru entrusted us with secret stones. Treasured artifacts that amplify the power of those who carry them. As the Sage of Water, I bore a secret stone and fought alongside my fellow sages in battle. However, the Demon King's power was overwhelming. Even my strongest defenses could not stop his ferocious attacks. In the end, our leader realized it would not be possible to defeat the Demon King outright. He chose to end the battle by sealing the Demon King away, sacrificing himself in the process.
So that was the imprisoning war.
Sometime later, another of the 6 sages, the Sage of Time, came to visit me, and the destiny of the Zora was made crystal clear.
The magic restraining the Demon King will eventually be undone. When that happens, a noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. We must help. Lend him your power. He will need the Zora's control over water.
The course of the Zora's future was clear.
It would be our honor to aid in defeating the Demon King. I swear to you that, when the great evil returns, the Zora Sage of Water will awaken once more. The Zora people and their sage will fight alongside your swordsman.
That is everything there is to share of the imprisoning war and of the destiny of the Zora. Zora's domain is once again safe thanks to you. However, the Demon King continues to threaten all of Hyrule. Sidon, my cherished kin, you must take up my secret stone and honor the vow I made to the Sage of Time. Fight alongside the swordsman, Link.
It's my destiny to fight by your side. I came here so that I could save Sora's domain. But it looks like all of Hyrule will need my help. I'll do all I can, just as my ancestor did. I will accept this sacred stone. I am the Sage of Water. Behold, this is my new power. Here, Link, your hand. I, Sidon, the Sage of Water, swear that I will fight by your side. Please accept this. It is proof of my vow. With that ring, you will always have my power with you. We're partnered up again. Yes. All right, let's head back home. Oh.
Whoa!
Thank you guys for your patience on that. All these Sage cutscenes take a long time to complete. I wanted to make sure I gave the... since this is a live Let's Play, 100% Let's Play at that. I'm gesturing with my right hand like anyone can see that. I want to give these cutscenes their due diligence. I also want to thank everyone for not spoiling the story. I really appreciate it. This is a first-time Let's Play. I want everyone to be able to enjoy the gift of seeing the story for the first time, just like I am. I have enjoyed the story immensely, even if there are points where I think it kind of falls flat. I would say with Sidon has been the MVP of the story so far. The character makes Sidon makes sense. His growth point is fully realized. It's a lot more deep and visceral. I feel more connected. This was the type of serious story plot point I was really looking for. I've been waiting for something like this. It's perfect. Leave it to the Zora to pop out another banger of a story and character, eh? Justice for Mipha. Let me catch up on chat here, and I'll continue playing the game. User Levin says, yes, you're welcome. I wanted to make sure you gave your joke its due. User 11 says, I swear sometimes you just want to cut the scenes, or either this scene or these scenes. They're lengthy. I certainly wouldn't want to sit through this on a repeat playthrough, but one time is enough. One time is fine. The game is trying to explain its characters to you and make the overall plot matter. I don't know how much of a good job it's doing at that, but it's all right. It's not a terrible cutscene. It's just long. It's like watching a movie. Mr. Jason says, think of it oh, this is directed at someone. Too true. Yes, as Mr. Jason has pointed out, I make some really horrid jokes. If you ever hear...
Sure, Dan.
It is usually because I have made a terrible joke. So don't worry. You can't do any worse than me. Promise. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, we can understand, Mr. Coin. They're giving you sage advice. Indeed. User 11 says, so Mr. Coin, do you agree with me on the best dungeon yet? Well, yes and no. The water temple didn't insult my intelligence. I felt like I knew what I was doing. It wasn't super difficult to do. It didn't waste my time. I think on those grounds, I would easily say the water temple beats out the fire temple and the wind temple, like just straight up. They're just much better dungeon, period. I like it more than I like the wind temple, and I like the wind temple because of the theming and the tie-in to the story. But the water temple is more mechanically executed well. And they're really, outside of like one or two tiny little nitpicks, I really just don't have many complaints about the water temple at all. Mr. Levin says, "Oh, it was another joke, Mr. Coin, because the word cutscene." I don't know if I would make every joke I wouldn't put a joke in every sentence. I would like balance it out, because I'm reading your stuff back to you for other people that are listening, right? A lot of streamers don't do this because their audience is too big for them to do that. I'm small, so I can spend time making sure I've said your sentence. Also, my streams have a lot of people who for them English is a second language. Like that's not their primary tongue, so I feel a bit more compelled to read your sentences back to you, not for you, but for other people to hear them. It's a continuity thing. Someone listening to the stream should know who I'm talking to, more than anything. Yeah, the wordplay, I think, is a bit too subtle at times. That would be where I'd work on it, is I would make the jokes a little bit less subtle, and I'll catch on a lot better. That's the neurospiciness in me speaking. That is the autism in me, advising you on how you should direct your jokes. But you're doing good. You're doing a good job, User 11. You're trying, which is more than a lot of people would attempt to even do. Some people get so self-conscious for one reason or another, and they don't bother making the attempt, which is fine. The joke and pun counter is a completely optional thing. No one has to make jokes and puns. It's my job to entertain you. Not the other way around. And it's certainly not your job to try to entertain other audience members. But I think the jokes and puns are an excellent way for us to all kind of entertain each other. It kind of becomes more our stream rather than my stream when that happens. At least I like to think of it that way. My stream is a communal potluck. We're all throwing stuff in, and a lot of what people decide to throw in is either their stories or their jokes. And I'm a very happy camper. You guys are the best part of my day. Not even kidding. Mr. Jason says, where Mr. Coin lacks in the joke department, he excels in the content department. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Your flattery is truly well and noticed. Promise. Yes, please don't give up. I'm just dense. I'm just dense. The joke isn't bad. I'm just dense. That's how I like to phrase it. Now, we've probably got about 6 minutes before the commercial timer's gonna come off, or go off, excuse me. So I better get to reading this dialogue, eh? Link, welcome back.
Oh.
Link, have you seen? The sludge has vanished without a trace. Link, thanks to your courage, the inhabitants of Zora's domain are safe once again. No words could express the depths of my gratitude. Thank you, hero. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. As for you, Sidon, though Link certainly played a key role, your own efforts to save the domain were nothing short of magnificent. I've always believed in you, Sidon. Now you have unequivocally proven your worthiness to bear the crown. That is why I shall joyously take this opportunity to pass the throne to you. Father, this is so sudden. No, it only seems that way. In truth, it has been heavy on my mind for some time. Sidon, my son, it is time to ascend the throne as the new king. Take Yona's hand, and as one, lead Zora's domain to a brighter tomorrow. Me, the king? I like how Yona's speech is not saying anything. Like, they're just exchanging a look. Thank you, Father. I will not let you down. I swear it. That is the spirit, my boy. My boy. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. Mr. Jason says Mr. Shiny is basically master jokes, like you are, like he is, but even Mr. Shiny can still get polish his jokes. Mm-hmm. Ah, nothing like nourishing drink to keep the throat clear. Now, accept your place upon the throne. The finest swordsman in all of Hyrule shall bear witness to this momentous occasion. Oh, another cutscene? Do I need to mute things? No, it looks like it's rendered in the game engine. Silence, everyone. I hereby inherit this crown from my father, the exalted Dorephan. From this moment on, I shall be the king of the Zora. At the same precious moment, I ask that you also open your hearts to your new queen, my beloved Yona.
Sure.
The sludge threatens us no more. We are once again free to swim through crystal clear waters beneath azure skies without fear. We could not have achieved this without our dear King Sidon, our heroic Sir Link, and all of us who call the domain home. I am so proud and so very grateful to count myself among the Zora of the domain. However, that does not mean that all matters have been resolved. Right you are, my love. What is this pose? Why is his face so... I can't take you seriously, bud, when you do this. User 11 says, where does Zora sleep? Where do the Rito sleep? And where do the Goron sleep? You're always thinking about that. They don't sleep. The characters don't sleep, but in lore, you know, they actually in the game, they show us how they sleep. For the Zora, they like sit in a body of water. They just literally trance in a body of water, like elves trance in other settings, where trancing is not quite sleep, but it's like a meditative sort of frame of mind. They're meditating, they're clearing their mind, and then they kind of fall into a sleep from there. The Rito sleep in beds. They've shown us they sleep that way. And the Goron can quite literally curl up and sleep wherever. They're rocky people. They don't need beds. Beds are nice, but not required. And the Gerudo need no introduction on that. User 11 says, that's curious. I mean, if you've played Breath of the Wild before, they do actually show that off. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the incoming ad storm, aka our commercial break. I do want to thank I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. You know, again, you guys really are the best and brightest part of my day, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. If you guys like this content, you like me, you like my audience, or you like what we do, please consider subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. Those are free, easy ways to help the content out. If you're on YouTube, please consider liking the video and maybe even leaving a comment so that YouTube knows you're human. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. They're 3 minutes long. There will be a timer above my head when that happens. When the timer reaches 0, the commercial break will be over. I'll be back at my desk, and we can pick up where we left off. I highly encourage you guys to, take a break at the same time, grab a snack, a drink, or go and stretch. Do whatever fits your fancy. Do whatever fits your fancy, and I promise you the commercial break will be over well and before you truly know it. Promise. Let's catch up on chat real quick, and then we can continue where we were. Welcome on in again, Mr. Fent, and thank you for the emojis. That's awesome. Mr. Jason says, in The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, it has been shown via a minor side quest that Gorons can, in fact, stay underwater. Yeah, they can do it. They don't like it, though, is my understanding. User 11 says, oh my god, I wrote 2 words and none of them were written well. Look, like I said before, a lot of my audience has English as like a second tongue. So I always try to read your sentences as though you typed the correct word, even if it's incorrect, unless you're quite literally typing gibberish. Like, we're talking like numbers and letters in a single word in a way that doesn't make sense. Then for the most part, I can kind of read what people are writing. I practice at it. Mr. Jason says, if you really like Mr. Coin and what Mr. Coin does for parody, you're welcome to subscribe on YouTube and Twitch. Mr. Jason, not yet. Not yet. Don't troll them yet. It's not the 2nd hour yet. Sorry about that. Anyway, Mr. Fett asks, do you play Zelda, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild? We played it, Mr. Fett, actually. We already beat it. That playthrough is on my channel. It has its own playlist, and I believe there are like 50-ish episodes in it. Feel free to watch. Check it out. I promise it'll be worth your while. I need to go back and do a couple of things with that playlist, but for the most part, it's complete. All right, Sidon, what are you talking about? So long as darkness lurks in the depths of Hyrule, this peace we have fought so hard for could vanish like a bubble on a needle. We shall not allow that. It is now time for the Zora to help Link prevail. Everyone, I ask that you lend him your strength. Mr. Jason asks, was Breath of the Wild before you had the honor of knowing the Mr. Coin? Yes, it was. It was the previous game that we played prior to... Yeah, actually, we moved straight into Tears of the Kingdom from Breath of the Wild. So it would have been the the previous playthrough. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, you have a question? Sure. If you subscribe on Twitch for 2 months, how much will it cost you? Can you do the maths for that? Okay. I will try to do that. After the commercial break. So sorry. See you after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I did try to, like, help out a bit with that, well, just before I actually stepped away from my desk. But, user 11, to help with your inquiry a bit, also, I'm going to pause this so, I'm going to pause this so I can just kind of explain, to get your name on this board's what you're talking about, right? You only need to subscribe for 1 month. Any time a subscription is maintained throughout the current 1 month cycle, or even if you're gifted a sub, you could still end up on this board. If you're going to subscribe on Twitch, you do get a lot more bells and whistles for that. If you use an actual tier 1 sub. However, if you don't care about Twitch benefits, I might suggest Patreon or Coffee instead, because that's way cheaper. Instead of paying $6 a month for all the bells and whistles that Twitch, wants, you can pay me $2 instead and get most of the same benefits. Only pay for a Twitch subscription if you really, really, really want to cut out the ads and you want emotes for it. If you don't care about the emojis, then you probably don't need to pay $6. I would rather not have you pay $6 and instead pay like $1 or $2 or €1 or €2, excuse me. How do I get, okay, let me help you out there. There you go. I wanted to make sure you got the correct link. If you look under my stream on Twitch, there's a link tree. You can click on that, and one of the panels should read Coffee, KO-FI. You can both put a donation through that, as well as, like, a one-time donation, as well as, pay for a subscription or membership. I have 3 tiers, just like there are 3 tiers on Twitch. The difference is, you're paying $1, $3, or $5 US for that. That's really about it. And of course, depending on how old you are, please run this by your folks first. Make sure they're all right with that. I don't want people to get in trouble for, funneling money my way. I don't want that to happen. I would hate that. I would regret that, like, immensely. Let me go and catch back up on chat. Other stuff that I might have missed. Okay, nothing on YouTube that I could see. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you. They go on further to say, my goodness, PlayStation app, I am aware that Yakuza Like a Dragon is on sale. I've watched Monkey Funk 4D play play some of that. It's pretty good from what I understand, but it's different than, like, the normal Yakuza stuff. So if you're, like, not a fan of turn-based mechanics, you're probably not gonna like Yakuza Like a Dragon. That company, makes a lot of spin-offs of that franchise. It must be doing somewhat well for the company to make a lot of spin-offs like that. have I been helpful, user 11? I hope that that link is like relatively straightforward to use. And other stuff, if you have more questions, do feel free to ask. I want to do my best to make sure I've answered your questions. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you were in a completely random Animal Crossing New Horizons stream of someone also from the UK. You got to talking to them, and by the end somehow, the conversation ended up heading toward one of your favorite subjects. Hotel Chocolat, of course. And then by the end of the stream when they rated, they said that they would be adding Hotel Chocolat to the signature cabinet to their throne. Nice. Nice. Yeah, Hotel Chocolat has some pretty good looking products. I'm just poor, so I cannot purchase any. Also, it's a UK only thing, so I couldn't buy even if I wanted to. I'd have to, like, buy Godiva or, you know, Lindt. No, Lindor, like, brand chocolate if I wanted something like that. User 11 says, yep, you're trying something? Take your time. No worries. I can finish reading this dialogue. Well, I'll read this and then read that dialogue. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, Hotel Chocolat is in the United Kingdom and Japan. Of course the Japanese would have access to it, but the people in the States don't. Oh, the sound and fury that I would mention over that is honestly irrelevant. Doing just that shall be my first task that I and my partner in life and in leadership shall undertake as your king and queen. Why are we stancing? Just cheer. I swear people don't know how to do anything in this game correctly sometimes. Coming from the guy who can't speak correctly sometimes, so you know what? Like game, like streamer. Easy. Sidon says, first things first, my friend. Regarding the whereabouts of Princess Zelda, when I obtained the secret stone, we saw a vision of that woman, the Sage of Time. I am certain it was far more than a passing resemblance. That was the Princess Zelda whom you and I know so well. As for the Princess Zelda who appeared in the domain and attacked Father, could it be that the princess we saw in my ancestors' era and the one my father saw in this era are not one and the same? Questions upon questions. It is painfully clear. It is painfully clear, yes. Painfully clear that we have no choice but to find the princess and ask her directly. Link, as I've just ascended the throne, I must offer my sincerest apologies for being unable to accompany you. Don't, my fine friend. I can explore Zora's domain and Upland Zorana just fine. Still, I shall continue gathering information about our lost Princess Zelda. Please promise that you shall once again grace our fair Zora's domain with your presence sooner rather than later. Whatever comes to pass, know that you and I will always be connected by the power of a sage, no less. And some people would say that connection needs to be a whole lot more, but they have not met Yona, I'm afraid. Da 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 da! Vow of Sidon, Sage of Water. Proof of the vow of Sidon, Sage of Water. Use it to summon or dismiss the avatar of Sidon, Sidon's vow. Mr. Jason says, I know that I am due to receive my 6th and final Pokeball Plus this week, Mr. Coin. But now that you have one with Mew, you kind of now want to buy a further one to have that full team of 6 and then your one with Mew. Well, good luck if you decide to buy those. They're not all that cheap. Although everything to me looks like ritzy and expensive when you're broke. So there you go. All right, it is time for. So I got news regarding the Zora gear for those that didn't know anyway. So. The reason why we only had this chest piece is because the other two were tied to quests. Or at least I think the other two were tied to quests. I think it's possible we could have gotten one of the pieces in the waterworks if I'm not mistaken. But in all honesty, we were fine with just the chess piece. We don't need the other pieces right now. We could grab those quests first, though. Now let's read the quests. With the defeat of the fiend responsible for the sludge, the trouble afflicting the region was resolved. At the same time, Sidon awakened as the sage. He promised to rally the domain to assist you, declaring that it is now the Zora's turn to help their hero. Nice. There's only one more region that is suffering under a strange phenomena, and we won't be going there for a long while. We're gonna need to do some other stuff first. So let's talk to people. In summation, and to repeat myself, as an attendant of Queen Yona, it is paramount to demonstrate more self-awareness. At all times and in every circumstance, you must behave in a way that is in no danger of reflecting poorly on her. Yes, I'm ever reflecting on that. Indeed, your words ring true. Mr. Jason says you are correct about the Zora Waterworks, Mr. Coin. No problem. Or, yeah, I'm glad to see that I was correct. Sir Jason says, so we're going to desert the Gerudo in their time of need for a while longer, Mr. Coin. Yes. Yes, we are. Sir Link. Oh, Sir Link, wherever are my manners? I was not quick to notice you. Had graced us with your presence. I am terribly sorry. Perhaps that is because you were so absorbed in lecturing me. Honestly, and the reason for that is your lack of progress in the tasks you have been entrusted with. The Zora helm we are to present to Sir Link seems to be stored in a skyfish. Queen Yona kindly provided you with that helpful information, yet you have done nothing with it. Really? Come on. We all know how this works by now. We can't collect sacred artifacts unless you're the hero of time. Or, you know, hero of the wild. Not just anyone can solve puzzles, you know. Yes, that is so. I desperately searched the river for the fish that ate the Zora helm, but I returned empty-handed. Pure silliness. It is unlikely that the Zora helm was placed in an actual fish's stomach. I suspect you should be thinking of the skyfish as a metaphor leading to the place where the helm is hidden. You never listen closely to my guidance, which often results in these ridiculous misunderstandings. Eek! Help me, Sir Link. The never-ending lecture. It seems that Chroma and Kira are looking for the Zora helm in order to thank you for saving the domain. Apparently it rests within a skyfish, but what could that be referring to? Oh, I know what it's referring to. This is the only skyfish here. It's literally here. That's the only place where there is a quote-unquote skyfish. But we gotta talk to some other people first. Link, you have done it. With your help, King Sidon has realized his full potential and become a worthy successor. I can now leave Zora's domain free of concern and is inarguably in good hands. As it were, I've been tasked with joining Pora as a representative of the domain. You are going over to the land of the Highlands? You, who has a stick up their butt about us. Sure, Jan, sure. I look forward to joining my efforts with those of our brave Zora soldiers. Dorfan? Link, words alone cannot express the depths of my gratitude for you. Though I am certain that your travels will continue, know that you now have the full support of the Zora, now and always. If there is anything I can do to aid you, please do not hesitate to ask me. The scale? So you require a king's scale. If it will be of use to you, then it is yours to take. No trouble at all, Hylian hero. Please take as many as you need. We might need these for later, so let's take a few. Mr. Jason says, this quest seems fishy to me, Mr. Coin. Funny. Yeah, it is fishy. It was given out to us by fish people who live in a fishy land. and lay eggs. Yes, very fishy. Super fishy. Omega amounts of fishy even. Ah, like with the omega-3 fatty acids. That level of fishy. King Dorephan, please take as many as you need. Also, King Dorephan, also only 5 at a time. Yep. If you run out, do not be shy about returning for more. Is there anything else you'd like to ask of me? What's next for you? Well, now that my boy, King Sidon, I couldn't help myself. Every time I want to use the walrus guy meme. I can't help it. My boy. I need to have that as like just a sound, like a soundboard thing I can use. Now that my boy, King Sidon, has ascended the throne, I shall watch over the little ones and otherwise do as I please. Such is the privilege of a retired king. I'm so hungry I could eat a Dodongo. Something along those lines. I'm sorry. Oh God. Just Philip's CDI Zelda is an experience. I have never owned a Philips CDI. I've never owned one. But it's fine. It's totally fine. User 11 says, I'm sorry, Mr. Coin. Don't be. Money is never required for you to be here. I want you to know that. Your card isn't working. You need to call the bank tomorrow. Maybe it'll be a different story. Perhaps. I have confidence you'll figure it out. But please don't feel pressured to give me money unless you just want to. You know, if you do and you figure it out, it'll be a pleasant surprise for me. And I hope almost just as pleasant of a surprise for you. Not in terms of money, but in terms of what you get back. Once this world of ours has overcome these dangers, perhaps it would be fun to drag Muzu along a tour of Hyrule. Of course, a retired king has their attendant, yes. Mr. Jason says, my friend got fired from their job at a bank. Someone asked them to check their balance and they pushed them over. Yep, indeed. Farewell. Be well, Link.
Hey!
Link, it seems the time has come for you to resume your heroic travels once again. I will continue seeking out information on our vanished Princess Zelda. You have my word. I'm quite certain that the search for the princess will not be easy. Such important endeavors never are they? But no matter what transpires, know that I am always with you. Should you ever have need of me, simply ask and I shall appear. Okay, usually we get that quest from the leaders. See you later, my boy. Okay, I feel like I'm gonna wear that super thin if I'm not careful, so let's not. Oh, Sir Link, thank you ever so much for your noble efforts. I have been earnestly pondering what I could possibly do to thank you for saving the domain. However, Giotto found some ancient texts that mention the Zora Greaves. It is said that those who wear them are gifted the power to swim in the water as they please. I am certain that such an item would be invaluable in your quest to locate Princess Zelda. I told Sidon and everyone in the domain that I hope to present this special gift to you. However, the Greaves in question have still not been located. According to the text Giotto found, the Zora Greaves were created long ago. It seems that they were offered up at the ancient Zora Waterworks as a prayer for friendship between the Zora and the Hylians. Upon hearing that, I desperately searched there but was unable to locate them. I wonder where in the Waterworks the Zora Greaves were offered. The Zora Greaves, offered in the distant past as a token of friendship between the Zora and the Hylians, may be located somewhere in the ancient Zora Waterworks. You should be able to access the ancient Zora Waterworks from the reservoir east of the domain. Maybe. Oh, hello. Hello, Link. I should have known we would have run into you here. We came to investigate the geoglyph in this region, but the sludge falling from the sky complicated things. Fortunately, that muck is gone now, and our efforts to research the local geoglyph may resume. Link, I have been wondering, have you found the geoglyph in the Gerudo Highlands yet? The map of the Forgotten Temple showed a geoglyph shaped like a person. We intend to investigate that geoglyph as well. Thanks for letting us know where the next one is, by the way. That's really helpful.
Hi!
Link, I heard the news. They say you investigated the islands in the sky with our own King Sidon. You're amazing. I'm so embarrassed that I was fast asleep because of the sludge, and while I slept, you two were doing so much for us. I made up my mind that I can't just leave things as they are. I'm going into that cave to rebuild myself stronger than ever. There's a stone that glows green there. Upon first sight, I was enraptured by it. A luminous stone, right? Mr. Jason says to keep it as light on spoilers as possible. I find it genuinely odd that Yona couldn't find the Zora Greaves. Mr. Coin, unlike Link, Zora could have dived down to where they are. Well, we know where they are. They're in the waterworks. But more specifically than that, yeah, might be a spoiler. I appreciate not spoiling that. Yes, a glowing green stone. We know what it is, but let's ask. Indeed. Its shape and weight make it ideal for strength training. If you're interested, why not go and see it for yourself? You'll find the glowing green stone. Oh, this isn't luminous. These aren't luminous stones. They know what that is. It's got to be something to unlock a shrine. Southwest of the domain, at the underground cave of Rayless Pond. It's nice to have our old music back. I do quite enjoy the you know, the distorted version of it with the sludge, but it's nice to have the old one back. Mr. Jason says, I hope that you bring back a glowing report, Mr. Coin. Welcome on in, Mr. Raspy. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. I hope you're doing better, I should say, today than you were the past couple of days, based on what I read on a Discord server. I won't go further than that, but I do want you to know that I do, you know, check back in from time to time in there. I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We just cleaned up the water temple, and Sidon is now king. And, you know, he took Yona to be his wife, his fish wife. Not only that, but all the sludge in Zora's domain cleared. Look, we could differentiate the road from the water now. Isn't that fantastic? Yeah. Also, King Dorphan retired, so that's fun. That's basically what you've missed so far. Let me go back up and see all the text that I just missed. Talking about old ones. The old music tracks. Yup. Doing good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. And no problem. I don't check in via the chat room super often, but I do at least try to read. I try to keep up. I've been dealing with my own turmoil as of lately, which again, you guys really helped me combat that. I just want to say that. Let's see. Petting a cat exactly like Godfather, so hard to type. No worries, take your time. We'll be sitting at the table silently. I hope the cat enjoys the petting. Lots of pets. Mr. Jason says, King Dorphan was being quite heavy on the my boy. Yeah, indeed. If you know the Walrus Guy meme, you know. And if you don't, you don't. Go look up Walrus Guy. You'll literally get the CDI Phillips, like, voice lines for Link back in the day. And you'll understand why. User 11 says, hey, Mr. Coin, how do you get moderator? User 11, you have to, like... So for people to get moderator, I typically need to trust them. Or there has to be an agreement of some kind. with Mr. Jason there, you know, in exchange for a lot of services, he became a moderator. Or both. Yes, it could be both. But usually I only make moderator, I only assign moderator or ask someone to be moderator if A, I trust them, and B, more importantly, they have the time for it. If they don't have the time for it, and, you know, we're not thinking on the same wavelength, then I don't want to burden them with that. I don't want to open them up to extra miscommunication or misunderstanding. Yep, it's just, it's a trust thing for the mostly. Let me make sure I didn't miss messages here. 8 years of experience or be literally the Godfather. Kappa. Mr. Resby says, too true. Too true. Just be the Godfather. Easy. Mr. Resby says, you were thinking of asking for mod, but you like the role of VIP. It corresponds to the Mafia hierarchy. That's totally fair. And yeah, as Mr. Rasby has pointed out, they did used to be a moderator at one point. They were a younger man, a much younger person back then. I won't go into it more than that because that's water under the bridge now. That there's no reason to exhume that from the vaults of forgotten history. But yeah, I generally assign mod to people I trust and they want it or don't mind the responsibility that comes with it, is what I should say. User 11 says, oh, LOL. I thought it was also money. Oh no, I don't let people pay for that privilege. I think that's super ethically corrupt. There are some people that treat, you know, Twitch mod like a flip-it position that they can turn on and off. There are people that, you know, have more nebulous conditions for moderator. And yeah, there are some people that you can pay and they will literally let you be moderator. Heck, on bigger streams, you actually do pay. It's actually the other way. You pay people to mod for you if you're big enough. You literally give them supplemental income to make that happen. I am poor and small, so I wouldn't do that. But if someone wanted to mod for me and I were a big enough channel and I made money, I would absolutely pay them for that. Modding is stressful on everyone involved. There are all kinds of disputes that can happen, and as a moderator, you have a job to do. You can't you don't always have the time to play nice with the audience. You have a job to do, and that can make people not like you. And people not liking you spawn 90% of the arguments and problems that we experience today. At least if Josh Strife Hayes' experience and wisdom is to be believed, which I do. It's generally proven true in my lifetime. Mr. Jason says Mr. Raspy would make a good moderator, but they're naturally a VIP. I did gift them that, you know. I did gift them that. And of course they have other privileges as well, not tied to the VIP position too. Mr. Raspy says bored to mod, but forced to VIP. Kappa. I think mod is not all it's cracked out to be, is what I'll say. Mr. Raspy says, oh, that's directed at Mr. Jason. Mr. Raspy says there are people who are mods who pay with influence. Yeah, I don't like that. That's ethically bankrupt to me. I just that's not something I do. I wouldn't even assign mod as a joke because I hold that. I view that position on Twitch pretty seriously. I mean, it's still only an internet position, right? It's not like I, you know, gave you the keys to the Vatican of my channel and said, you're the Pope, you're Jesus, you're the Holy Ghost. I didn't do that. That's not what mod is. It's not worshipping at the altar of Karen, in other words. But I do expect my moderators to behave, in a professional, appropriate manner. It's not fun and games. If y'all want fun and games, we have bots to do that. Besides, most things that require moderator, I have bots for in the first place. Mr. Rasby says, you're petting your black cat very slowly, as Vito Corleone did. I used to have a cat, and then I moved to a household where, I had dogs, and then the cat from my previous household died, and then my mother and my sibling went several years before they adopted or rescued a neighbor's cat. And they've been keeping an eye on it ever since. Mr. Rasby says that's part of why I prefer non-mod, because it's less weight, and mod actions are rarely required. Too true. Too true. And Mr. Jason is very good at his job, if he doesn't mind my saying so. Mr. Jason says, at least with me, Mr. Coin, you'll ban an obvious scammer bot unless Saribot is present, but in general, you don't ban anyone even if they do things to annoy me, because you're far more professional than that. The only way you would ban a person is if a streamer requested it. Yeah. Too true. Banning is the button man's job. Could be the button man's job. But I have to create a separate, rank. Oh, right. I forgot the kappa. It's a joke. It's a joke, guys. I missed on the fact that it was sarcasm. Typical coin special, by the way. Mr. Rasby says, thought this kind of ban has a higher coverage. It usually does. But we haven't had to ban anyone. My audience is usually well-behaved. We ban bots and scam artists these days. We don't much ban anyone else. And I'm happy with that. Alright, Giotto, talk to me. Ah, Link, it is good to see you. I am, after all, indebted to you for your repair of the stone slate. Thanks to your efforts, the sludge has disappeared, meaning that I can resume my research. Needless to say, I cannot possibly thank you enough. Speaking of thanks, Queen Yona has been searching for the Zora Greaves. She means to gift them to you. I recall an old text mentioning that they were dedicated at the ancient Zora waterworks. However, Queen Yona has searched the waterworks and turned up nothing. The Greaves are nowhere to be found. Despite that, I still feel as if they must be somewhere within the waterworks. Perhaps they are in a less obvious place, or maybe there is a chamber in the waterworks we're unaware of. Mr. Jason says, petition to ban Mr. Coin if his jokes keep getting sure-janned. Yeah, my comedy is so awful that it's ban-worthy. Then I could say I've been iron-moused. Banned from my own community, banned from my own channel by, a power-hungry moderator. I'm joking. I'm using the story of what happened to Iron Mouse and her community on Reddit as an example of the kind of ludicrous story that would present. Sir Jason says, JK. Fair enough. Mr. Resby says, imagine if your internet fell before saying JK. Right? And I was just left interpreting that. That'd be a rough patch. Are they Mr. Jason says, are they grieving the loss of that armor item? Okay, that's a stretchy joke. That's a slippery joke, I'm afraid. Which is what's gonna happen after we find these Greaves. We're gonna find a piece of sludge to slip on, literally. Okay, let us go find some more people to talk to. We got lots of quests to accept. Lots of them. Ah, Link. The blessed reign of King Sidon has finally arrived. I cannot think of an occasion more worthy of celebration. If only Princess Mipha were still with us, I am certain she would be overjoyed. It still burns brightly in my mind's eye, like a star that never fades, no matter how distant. The vision of Princess Mipha grasping her light-scaled trident in the moonlight, a gentle smile upon her face. So lovely, your breath would catch at the sight of her, as though she were an ethereal being, not flesh and blood. I dearly wish I could see Princess Mipha standing in the moonlight once more, if only. Segan can't forget the sight of Princess Mipha holding her light-scaled trident in the light of the moon. Perhaps he could fulfill his wish of seeing that lovely sight just one more time. I'd like to see it too, if I'm being honest. Mr. Jason says, did you find a better quality of that laugh, or will the current one still tide us over for a while? That's like the best quality version I could find. It has like no ambient noise in it. I did have a version that did have an ambient noise in it, and like music from like the game it came from. I'm very happy with the one I found on the internet. Someone worked really hard to scrub it very carefully of all non-related audio. I'm very happy with it. They have my thanks. I'm using this laugh track now. User 11 says, do quests count for the 100%, Mr. Coin? I'm so glad you asked that, User 11. Here is what counts for 100%. Koroks, quests, story completion, compendium, dialogue. As much as we reasonably can, this one's more like a half requirement. If I can get it all, great, but we've definitely missed some dialogue already, so I'm not that worried about it, but I do want to make sure we've seen as much of it as possible. Every named region found on the map, because yes, that counts for 100%. All food items, all 4-star upgrades, or 4-star armor upgrades, excuse me. Every minigame played just once, at least once, each one, and if we've beaten it, even better. Along with other stuff, and obviously all the cutscenes, like all of the dragon's tears, and so on. The game probably, to kind of answer the question you were going for, User 11, it probably doesn't count half of what I just listed. My version of 100% and the game's version of 100% are probably different. That's okay. I really want to make sure we've soaked in the depth that this game has to offer us. You know what I'm saying? We get a chance to see everything, as much as I'm able to show it. Before we move on, because I'm going to be honest with you, and everyone here watching as well, I love Tears of the Kingdom. I love it a lot, but this is the kind of game I don't want to pick up and play again after I've beaten it. There's no new game plus that I'm aware of. There's no post-credit that I'm aware of. We're incentivized to complete the game once and then never again, unless someone, like, I don't know, redeems a speed run or something. Speaking of which, something that I'm thinking about doing is Twitch has come up with this new feature where you can pool channel points into something. I'm thinking of doing that for the next project, like you guys pooling towards something interesting. I don't know all the particulars yet. I still need to work that out, but I have confidence that you guys are going to love what you get the ability to do. User 11 says, wait. Oh. The photos count. The compendium does. The photos don't necessarily count, but filling up the compendium does. And you fill up the compendium by taking photos. So, Mr. Jason says, I'm excited for whatever you do in the future, Mr. Coin, but you definitely would enjoy a Mr. Coin Paper Mario The 1000-Year Door playthrough sometime in the future. Maybe, depending on what I choose, I could put that in the, if we need to take a break for whatever reason, we have that available. Like, I might do that. If you want to put that in the game suggestions channel, Mr. Jason, you're more than welcome to do that too. That should be in the, I want to say it's in the content category. Let me quickly point you in the right direction. Yes, under content, it'll be the 5th entry. Game suggestions, you can just put your suggestions there, and I will acknowledge them with a thumbs up. Content? Don't you mean coin-tent? Look, people get... I would love to do that, Mr. Jason. I would love to say that, but we already get people getting confused on the round table hold equaling general chat. Let's see. User 11 asks, Mr. Coin, can you re-kill the bosses like for the dungeons for photos? Yes. You can do that. Not only can you do that, I might add, you are encouraged to do that. In fact, we can take a quick detour and do that, as a matter of fact. We're gonna find this one here. I believe that one should be available. We're gonna grab quests, and then I'll detour to do that. Oh, we already read that. Never mind. So let's grab all the quests. We got a lot to do in Upland Serana, but we have the time to spare to take care of that little demonstration. Hello, hello, Hylian. I feel it would be a bit embarrassing to just start calling you Link just all of a sudden. Well, in any case, I heard that you and Sidon bested the sludge monster. Wow, that is extraordinary. I must get in on the action myself. Yes, I must. I hear that Gaddison found a monster for it, so there has been some talk of trying to clear them out. Oh, really? Interesting. Mr. Jason says, too true, Mr. White. You're still learning the ways of the Discord, good sir. You'll get it eventually. No problem. You can also, I believe there's also a moderator only channel for you, Mr. Jason. If you have something you want to run by me in official Discord capacity, you can do that there. Like that's also totally fine. Mr. Jason says, although I even get lost in the TCC sometimes. I mean, the TCC is a much bigger place than my Discord, if and you don't mind my saying so. There's just, the TCC has like 10 times as many things to learn, really. I say 10, but maybe 5 would be a bit better. Link, thank you for saving the domain once again. I could never repay you for all that you've done for us. But even though the sludge is gone, these foul villains keep showing up. What's wrong? They're monsters. They built a fort past East Reservoir Lake in the north of Ja'abu Ridge. They're taking advantage of the chaos that was caused by the sludge. What rotten villains.
Oh.
There's no way to know if it's true, but there's a rumor that a Hylian has been captured. That is unacceptable, and for all we know, the domain could be targeted next. We can't just sit back and watch. We need a plan, and fast. The fort at Ja'abu Bridge. Mr. Jason says, if cuckoos were the enemies, they would truly be foul villains. Good one. The Zora soldier Gaddison. I feel like I just lost the volume on this. The Zora soldier Gaddison informed you that monsters built a fort on the north side of Ja'abu Ridge. If left alone, it could pose a threat to Zora's domain. Okay, well, we've got a couple more quests to grab, I'm sure, and then we can, you know, move about our day. Mr. Jason says, I like the reference with the Ja'abu Bridge, or the Jabu Bridge, which is probably how we're meant to say it, because it's in reference to Jabu, the mystical fish deity of the Zora in previous games. I never could quite square up the Zora's religion. Are they like, it's weird. And it's weird in the sense that we have like multiple different games in the series that point us in different directions. We have like Jabu, the deep fish deity. We have the ancestor worship, or at least not quite worship, but like ancestor veneration that's also present in a lot of the titles. Like you have Rudo being venerated, you have Rutella being venerated. The Zora like place a lot of sanctity and respect on their ancestors, to the point that I could probably call it ancestor worship and no one would bat an eye at that. Mr. Jason says we have Jabu, Ocarina of Time, and Jabin, the Wind Waker. Yeah, we have two different fish deities. Sir Resby says, was brushing your teeth when you said people get confused with the general channel? I got confused too. Yep, roundtable hold equals general chat. I could probably just change it to general chat. I like the Elden Ring theming though, okay? I like the theme. Thank you, Link. Once again, pieces returned to the domain. Maybe I could like write it in parentheses or something so that people are less confused about what general chat is supposed to be. It's literally the roundtable hold is literally the place where people hang out. Hold on. I believe I could probably demonstrate this with a picture. Let me do that real quick. Thank you for that, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary people. I'm muted. Let's try that again with the correct referencing. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, since the 29th of November, the TCC has gained 3 new clients. Nice. Mr. Rasby says, on the server before the tea house, the existing parkour tea house, the general chat was called Young Community or something. You spent copious amounts of effort and influence to change it back to general. Probably to avoid confusion, right? Mr. Jason says, I kind of get the name as you can talk around the round table. Exactly. That's what it's there for. Mr. Resby says, I got the round table name too as general, but my quick instinct on I need to say this on general gets confused intermittently, but could just be me. Sir Rasby says, we should make a 40-page handbook explaining these specific details. I don't think that'll, Kappa, I don't think that'll really be necessary, but good sarcasm. Good sarcasm. We totally do need a 10-page treaty on the Discord. Mr. Jason says, yes, exactly that, right. Thank you guys for, that. Mr. Resby says, or a coin deepfake. I hope not. Mr. Rasby says, they'll never trick me. That's the same table you have in the Mafia crib. Ah, yeah, the round table is a nice, it really is a nice table. There are lots of poking swords out of there and all that. It's an interesting table, to say the least. Mr. Jason says the TCC doesn't have a handbook, but we have a directory with links to all areas. Yeah, I need to make a directory to that. I need to actually sit down and make one of these. Go from there. Mr. Espy says the Geneva Convention surely covered this. You'd hope. You'd hope that the Geneva Convention would cover it. Mr. Jason says, and I still get lost. I will sit down and make a new directory channel to help with the confusion. How's that? I think that's something I could have and should have done some time ago. User 11 asks, hey, Mr. Coin, if you don't mind my asking, of course I don't. Go right ahead. If I get you some coffees, will you get a square behind your name? Like one of those that Mr. Jason and Rasby had? Okay, so let me explain about the... You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Well, I'll try to finish that up after I shill. Let's get this over quickly. That, my friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. It's 3 minutes long. There will be a timer above my head. When that timer reaches 0 at the top of the hour, of course, the commercial break will be over. I will be back at my desk, and we can get back to the gaming. Just like the alert said. Also, I have talked about free, easy methods to help the channel grow, and of course you guys being here is more than enough for me, but if you do like my work, or you like my audience enough that you're feeling financially generous, if you check the link tree underneath my video player on Twitch, or in the description on YouTube at, youtube.com/coinstamp, find the video, any video, and it'll have the link tree. Just click on that. There will be a coffee panel and a Patreon button that you can click on. Those are the best ways to give me money and support me personally. But if you're wanting all the bells and whistles that Bezos is offering people on Twitch, you can also subscribe on Twitch too. That also works. Now, user 11, to actually answer your question before we, depart for break and such, the way that you get the the square with the green square with a white sword is the moderator privilege, and you already asked about that. I essentially kind of have to trust you. You have to agree to a certain number of responsibilities, yada yada, blah blah blah. Stuff you've heard already. As for the pink square with a white diamond on it, those are for long-standing regular viewers. That is the VIP badge. It comes with certain privileges as well on Twitch. Mainly, if there is a slow mode present, let's say I put if I put Twitch chat into sub-only mode, or emote-only mode, you can still type during that. It's basically, the VIP badge basically says, hey, you are a valued regular. Please, please, please stay. And here are some extra privileges that come along with that. Mr. Jason says, I missed one. Mr. Raspberry says there are many like those, but that one is ours. I'm not sure what the... Oh, the table. I got it. It's the table you were referring to. Yeah, that one is ours. You know, minus the swords. Mr. Jason says, I still get lost in the TCC. Okay, so that's what that sentence meant. Got it. You don't get lost as much in my Discord? Yeah, but a directory would still be nice. I think I'd asked to borrow the templating last time. I'm gonna probably try to mix and match some things about that. Mr. Rasby says, sounds like a job for after the storm. Otherwise, we're playing against the storm. Too true, but I think I did a decent job explaining everything. Mr. Jason says these advertisement storms really blow. I know that was directed at someone, but there was a joke. I'm glad I read it. Wonderful. Strasby says they're stunning. Yeah, I'll say. That was a sarcastic quip that doubled as a joke. Mr. Espy says, glad all the senators or inductees are properly informed within due time for their inevitable break, an announcement that always takes less time to perform than it is for the storm to already be here, which would defeat the point. Perhaps even make it worse. I'm really trying to keep that stuff within 2 minutes, if I can help it. If I could do it within 1, that would be great. But for me to, like, do that, right? For me to actually... like get that within a minute, I would need to make a video like a lot of streamers do, like the like, comment, and subscribe graphic and all that stuff. Speaking of commercial break, see you guys after the break. Oh, I am so sorry about that, my lovely senators. I managed to get that, get something put out on Twitch. My body apparently did not like something, and I do not know what it is that it didn't like, but it really didn't like it. That's what I'll have to say about that. Okay, let me go and catch up on chat. There's a lot of stuff we've missed, apparently. A lot of stuff. Right, I read that one. Yeah, I don't, also I should make sure I've read YouTube as well, make sure there's just nothing going on there. Correct. Mr. Jason says, love moderator, it is surprisingly less responsibility than TCC. Yeah, you really don't have much to do. At least I try to arrange it that way. You mostly moderate interactions between people, or, you know, help link stuff. Very appreciative of that. Mr. Jason says another official, unofficial, but well-earned title on the Mr. Coin channel is Spinster Too True. If you guys like jokesters and spinsters, you guys like spinning a ball or a yarn of jokes, you guys will like the community that we've cultivated here, and I couldn't be more proud of that. Especially since I usually make jokes that are sure Jan, you know, like trash tier worthy for the most part. Having actual comedians balances things out nicely. Mr. Rasby says the ad storm break has its own break beforehand, longer than the ad storm itself. I probably just need to sit down and make a video. That'll probably go over a lot better than me constantly reiterating the same thing every day. that will quite literally actually probably help. Mr. Rasby says, did you know that over 90% of people here watching are not consistently subscribed across platforms as they should? Subscribe on YouTube and Twitch so it makes sense. No, you'll bankrupt yourself if you do that. Don't. Yeah, subscribing on YouTube and Twitch, Mr. Jason says, is good for maintaining parity. Honestly, that stuff should just be standardized. I hate that it's not. But we all gotta have different proprietary words for things, or else it's copying. Plagiarism. Thank you for the latitude. Okay, okay, there's a lot of like discussion going on. This is referring to like the Mafia bucket list item from earlier. Okay. The reason I'm not reading all this out is because this is like a conversation between people, but that's more or less the gist of it. Yeah, so many messages for Mr. Coin. Mr. Jason says, yes, too many of them. Good job. We do a just chatting stream with a background game. That's what it is sometimes. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Rasby says, if we had enough people, we could make a lobby ourselves. Too true, although knowing the demographic of my audience, I don't think too many parents would be pleased that their children are participating in a game called Mafia, where even though it really is just like a social deception type game, and so it's the premise of it is fine. I don't know. There's a difference between what I say here and like where the content goes live, because if the parent doesn't like it, they can pull their child out. I suppose the same is true. Sex. I suppose the same is true of, you know, Mafia, but I feel like parents might take it a step further. I don't know. Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Rasby. We're ramming bitches around here. No, that might be someone's dream. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, you have to go now. You have a birthday dinner. See ya. Thank you so much for stopping by, User 11. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. It was good to have you. Yes, please do go enjoy birthday dinner. I hope it's delicious. I hope you get cake afterwards, too. I do hope to see you sooner rather than later. If for whatever reason, you know, life keeps us apart, then do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, I'm going to catch up on the rest of these messages, and then we can finally keep things moving. Mr. Gillespie says, but that's fair. Yeah, like, I worry about, like, parents potentially not understanding what kind of a game Mafia is, and they reflexively go like, oh, I don't want my child near that. It contains a word for a crime syndicate. Just no. Which they would be well within their rights to do as a parent, you know, for better or worse. I would not begrudge them that response. I might call it a bit short-sighted, but I get it. Mr. Jason says, you've not seen Aelin today yet. You hope to see them soon. You know, 3:30 Eastern Standard Time is about what time you can expect school kids to get out. Of any stripe here in the U.S., it's generally around 3:30 in whatever time zone they're in. And, yes, happy birthday, User 11. Sir Rusby said, oh, good meal. Inazuma 11? What? Oh, that's got to be a reference to something. Okay, we have cleared the queue of messages. I'm going to lock in and get the dialogue read, shall we? We've been here for 2 hours. Mr. Jason says a dentist's busiest time of day is an hour before. Mr. Coin, 2:30. 2:30. Yes. Mmm. 2:30 is indeed a busy time of day for a dentist. Thank you, Link. Once again, peace has returned to the domain. Furthermore, although this is admittedly more of a personal matter, my daughter, Dunma, did a fantastic job of protecting Giotto. I believe this means she has a good chance of becoming the next captain of the guard. Link, thank you so much for saving the domain. I'm motivated to follow the example of my esteemed elders so that I can protect Zora's domain as best I can. Like Captain Baz, he went off on an investigation while the sludge was still raining down and returned triumphantly. What a legend! I want to be that strong one day. If I could become as strong as the captain, who knows what my future holds. Of course, when I told my father all that, somehow he became even more excited than I was. Typical. Hello, Franck. A floating place. I'm sure that is what I heard, but... Oh. Link, how wonderful. You, heard me talking to myself, didn't you? I did, yes. We saw. Hold on, I feel a sneeze coming. How now, brown cow? Okay. Sneeze quelled for a minute. Mr. Jason says, I know, Mr. Coin. To appease Aelin, we could go to Jabu Ridge and rant those bitches out. Oh, God. No, 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 no. Please, no. We're not sacrificing things to the altar of Karens, okay? We're not doing that. Stop. That's inappropriate. And in all seriousness, parents, if your kids are watching, watch with them. There are adults here talking about things that might not be child appropriate. Please, please, please make sure you're not letting your children watch, you know, like internet platforms on their iPad or whatever all day. Please get them off the screen if they've been on it too long. And you should be on that screen with them anyway. Mr. Recipe says, I feel ad storms like coin feels sneezes.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Yes, stop. Do not redeem. Exactly. I've heard that meme has made its way into circulation now. Since you were here, I must ask you something a bit odd. Have you heard anything about a floating place? I've met lots of the floating places, yes. Here is my tale. When my dear wife, May, went out fishing, she was singing this mysterious song to herself. I found a floating place where I'll catch a fish with grace, a hop and a skip to a great fishing trip. And with that, my wife hopped and skipped over the bridge in the east of the domain. At the time, I paid it no heed. She's given to songs of fancy, but her absence has started to weigh heavily on my mind. A floating place, a hop and skip away. I've never heard of such a place. My wife is the type to rush off in a fit of excitement. I'm worried she will do something rash. Oh, my beloved May, I dearly hope that she's not gone somewhere dangerous. A wife wafted away. That's a pretty good alliteration there, Nintendo. Mr. Jason says, true, Mr. Coin, my apologies. No worries. 2P's Aelin, we could go to Jabu Ridge and ram the out. Perfect. Mr. Espy says, the last place I expect parents' disclaimers. Look, I gotta say it, it's my job as an entertainer to say something on a platform where 13-year-olds are legally sanctioned and are allowed to watch things. Mr. Jason says, oh, that was a mistype, right. Mr. Resby says, the next place will be a bathtub stream. I'm too small for a hot tub stream. Also, I would never do that on this platform. Look, if I'm gonna go stream a hot tub stream, first, I'm gonna, be fit before I do it. Second, I'm not gonna put that on a website where 13-year-olds could be. It's gonna be a special place. There are plenty of places that you guys could fit into your imagination as to where that could be. Maybe if I get fit enough, that would be something I would consider a bit more in detail. And before people jump on my throat and say, ew, Coin, why are you suggesting that? I wouldn't be the first content creator out there that does Let's Plays as like a public face and then does saucier, more adult-friendly things on the side. I would not be the first nor the last. Mr. Resby says your ears ringing now. Sorry, didn't mean that. Didn't mean to make your ears ring. I have tinnitus too. I know what that's like. I'm pretty sure that's what the ear ringing would be, is tinnitus. I don't think I've spoken out of turn there. But we got moral points that don't matter for a game nobody on this platform should be playing. Ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da-da, da-da-da-da. Insert Family Feud music here, is what I'll say. Sir Resby says, hope they got prize shops in heaven. I'm sure they will. Frank is very worried that his wife, May, went fishing somewhere dangerous. When he last saw her, May was crossing a bridge in the east of the domain, singing about hopping and skipping to a floating place. Search for May for her husband's sake. We will, after we talk to everyone else first. Hey, you're the guy who helped our dear King Sidon save the domain, right? I was covered in that gross sludge, and so I was resting a lot. All I can say is that it was terrible. Just thinking about it makes me... excuse me. That's the effect of the sludge, you see. Thank you for saving the... by that, I mean the domain. Mr. Jason says, I want to say something, but I'm holding back. It would be intended as funny, but a little bit inappropriate. So I'm not... The parents and the audience appreciate you not making that joke, Mr. Jason, I promise. They found the exalted Dorophon, and also King Sidon returned to the domain. It's amazing. It's great. Maybe it's even fate. Oh, Link. You rescued our precious King Sidon and saved the entire domain. On behalf of the King Sidon fan club... Oh god, not the fan club again. Thank you so much for all that you have done for the Zora. Now that all that awfulness is settled, we can finally get back to what matters, discussing how wonderful King Sidon is. He was a prince when that fan club started. Now that the water's clean, everything's back to normal. My family is too. My dad's working hard to fix up the domain, and my mom is fishing. Oh, and Key is following me around, of course. As for me, I'm just playing and having lots of fun. As a kid, that's my job after all. Clef? He's unconsciously talking about crabs again. That is just so weird. Sir Jason, Dwarfon, thank you, Link, for reuniting me with my boy. God, that Walrus Guy meme will never die now, will it? If you ask me, Clef from the general store has been acting odd recently. Crab this, shell that. He's mumbling stuff like that all the time these days. I wonder if something's wrong. Maybe, maybe not. Crabs. Crabs. Maybe that gunk is in his brain. This is our general store, the Coral Reef. We were finally able to restock our fish, thanks to His Majesty King Sidon and you, the courageous Link. You really helped us out of a pinch. Anywho, if you see something you like, please just crab it from the table. Oh my god. Oh my god. The game is pulling a Mr. Jason. Are you serious? God, these jokes are gonna make me so crabby, it's not even funny.
Sure, Jan.
Ah, crab, Mr. SB says. I know that I can't tell it's a double entendre. You know what? You get a point. Mr. Jason says, I hope Clef shares things. I wouldn't want to think that he is shellfish. Mr. Resby says Godfather's influence went pretty far. Yeah, I'll say, it must have traveled way down the current to find this place. Mr. Rasby, crab, both an insight statement and only one letter away from a common phrase. See, that's some of the best jokes around is the double entendres, the subtle jokes. I just wish I were better at detecting those, honestly. Unless you have some other business with me, tell me and I shall not dawdle. What's up with the crabs? Oh, perhaps I'm not doing a sufficient job of hiding my overpowering feelings about bright-eyed crabs. Ah, that's what it is. Mr. Jason says in Hyrule, the Zora are the best people to find out the current affairs. Mr. Raspy says, I wish I knew how to write double entendre. Pretty close. I'll type it out for you. Twitch apparently doesn't know what this word means, so I had to correct them on it. Mr. Raspy says, if Coin plays Mafia and ends up the townie, he ought to be the librarian. Oh, am I responsible for stocking books or, like, taking notes? Is that what's going on with that? Mr. Jason says, even Mr. Jason wasn't exactly sure of the spelling. Yeah, the spelling's not straightforward. Entendre, but a lot of people say entendre with two A's, but it's entendre. It's supposed to be more of an AE sound. Mr. Resby says, when your word is so widely used that you end up correcting the site using the word. Yeah, apparently. Mr. Resby says, oh, just librarian like a regular one. Needs to check the power. Ah, okay.
Oh?
You see, I met a bright-eyed crab. Are we gonna have people self-censoring? Is that what's gonna happen? Because of that one quip I made about, parents watching? Oh, look. We're gonna get to the point where we do the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 thing, okay? Let me explain the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 thing. If you guys have ever seen them, so they'll say things like damn it, or whatever. But if they want to like get more serious, they're gonna say spark this, or some other creative like turn of phrase. And they're obvious, they're meant to be obvious shoe-ins for curse words. It's really funny. If you guys get the chance, you should look at the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 dialogue. It's really something else. All the euphemisms that they replace with the appropriate in-universe word is pretty funny. We're eventually going to get to that point. We make up euphemisms for the cursing, and then we don't curse anymore. We just speak the euphemisms. That's called a coded language, by the way. For those that are not super familiar with English or with like lingual stuff. The kids and their parents are in fact watching. Sir Resby says, let's go back from the beginning. Adam and Eve. Wait, Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve? Or Eve and May? Not any of those? No? Alright. Oh god. Mr. Resby says, I would have a word of the day section. Steve and Alex. Yes, even better. 10 points to anyone who gets the reference. Mr. Jason says, of course, Mr. Coin. I'm only following the policies set by the streamer. Too true. Too true. It's my fault, clearly. You see, I met a bright-eyed crab right around the time all that nonsense with the sludge came to an end. I was unable to stock any fish because of the damage caused by the sludge, and then it appeared. It was a single, glorious crab. It crossed my path while I was fussing and fuming. I was irritated. I was famished. And so, I swallowed it whole. Wait, what? What? Eat whole? What are you, a squid? Are you an even squid and octopus don't eat stuff whole. What? I can't. I'm sorry. I'm apparently.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
I'm a 12-year-old. I'm finding this funnier than it is. Yes, the spikes were incredibly painful, but once I was able to transcend the pain, there was magic awaiting me. No, more like it was greeting me with a warm hug of savory mommy goodness. It was the tastiest thing, perhaps ever. Oh my god. I can't speak English. Yeah, the kids are watching. Yes. I can't. Alan says, hey bitches, any ramming? I mean, if we want to talk about, us getting derailed and rammed by jokes that make me entirely too hot and bothered, yes, there is ramming. If you mean has anything exploded, no. We cleaned up the water temple. We finished up we killed the Octorok. We got the Sage of Water, and we've been accepting side quests. And in the process of accepting side quests, we have spent no less than 2 hours doing that. For fairness, I did not tell you guys to censor yourselves. I said certain things parents should be keeping an eye on because you never know what we might talk about. That's all. A couple people took that entirely more literal than I had anticipated. Ooh, I am positively drooling just thinking about it. That said, Aelin, it is good to see you. I do hope you are well in body and spirit, and I hope you are enjoying your stay. I promise I'm not senile, not yet. Jason says we have to censor our words. The parents are watching. See, Aelin has the right idea. We censor the words that don't matter. Like a certain 10-letter word that I will not be referring to because it is the hallmark of lazy writing. Aelin has the right of it. This looks like a character from Godfather. Oh, it looks like it, but no. Mr. Esby says, those teeth will haunt me to the end of time. Oh, is he bearing teeth? He sure is. I thought that was just like artifacting from the image. Aelin says, not masturbate? Yeah, no, of course not. That word makes too much sense. It's a different word. Ooh, I'm positively drooling just thinking about it. 1 or 2 is not enough. Not nearly enough. No, I need 10. Can you please give me 10 of those decadent, bright-eyed crabs? Naturally, I shall make it worth your while. This transaction will surely keep me from becoming crabby. Crabby. Krabby Patty. Don't give me what else could rhyme with crabby. I have the crab. I'm sorry, my mind is like in a weird, almost trance. Mr. Resby says, there is no master baiter around here. Correct. There are no master fishermen who are excellent at, attracting people, hook, line, and sinker.
Sure, Jan.
Indeed. Aelin is correct. That is not too shabby. Yes. Really? Would you be willing to give me 10 bright-eyed crabs, please? Sure. Have to. 10 clawed, spiring crabs. Oh, yes. Crabs galore. Just gazing upon them, I can feel that umami goodness washing over the intense pain in my mouth. You have my thanks. In fact, here, since this is our first crab trade, I threw in a little bonus. Until we meet again. Until we meet again?
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Resby says the Yiga clan. Yes, exactly. I'm getting flashbacks of that word over again.
Now, don't get excited.
I know. My jokes do not go in the joke counter. They are to be sure jammed until the end of time. When you gather more bright-eyed crabs, please let me know. At that time, I will make a trade for some products that are equal in value to the number of crabs you shell out. Oh god, a crabulous deal for the brand new car. You gave 10 bright-eyed crabs to Clef. He offered you a sapphire in appreciation. He's still just as crazy for them and will trade you something good in exchange for more bright-eyed crabs. Mr. Raspy says, Coin's jokes sacrifice themselves to forgive all our sins. See, my jokes do serve a purpose. They cleanse the palate of all the wonderful jokes that my lovely audience comes up with. My jokes are the toilet cleanser required to remind ourselves that there are bad jokes, and some things are just not funny. No matter how I say them. You gave 10 bright-eyed crabs to Clef.
You shall tell me everything I want to know.
Okay. Aelin says, what's your actual name first? First name? Don't want to dox you? Fair. You asked me a question, and I will honestly answer it. My first name is Stephen. Like Stephen King. S-T-E-P-H-E-N. Fun fact, all the letters in my 3 names, first, middle, and surname, have exactly 7 letters in them. So if you like digit sum that together, or if you put together those numbers as a whole digit, they add up to 777. They digit sum to 21, and 21 can be divided by 3 to yield 7. Can you tell that 7 is a lucky number yet? But yeah, that's my first name. I've shared it before. And I usually almost always make sure I draw a name comparison to another Steven so people know, hey, this is how my name is spelled. It's not with a V, it's not Stefan with an F. It is Steven with a PH. It's said exactly like a V. Mr. Rasby says, not a cop. You frisked him at the entrance. Thank you. Mr. Rasby says, like that cartoon with the last name you... Oh, you mean Steven Universe. Yes, but imagine if it were spelled with a PH. That would be my name. That would be the correct name. And let me tell you something, my lovely senators. I like my name. I like my name a lot. I like it so much that I do not particularly care to be nicknamed in public. I don't. I can't stop people from spelling my name with a V or anything, but I like my name enough that that is one of the things I correct people on, because I like my name that much. It's an idiosyncrasy of mine. Mr. Resby says, Steven Universe, but pterodactyl. Yeah, well, wait. No, that would be pterodactyl, because pterodactyl doesn't have an H in it. It's just a P. It's PT, like ta. You know, like a famous figure in, I want to say it's, no, it's a god from the Egyptian mythos, if I remember correctly. I like how we're throwing around the language censoring like it's a bludgeon now. You gave 10 bright-eyed crabs to Clef. He offered you a sapphire in appreciation. He's still just as crazy for them and will trade you something good in exchange for more bright-eyed crabs. Okay, let's buy all these supplies. Because we did use some of them. And there are some of these I've not gathered a whole bunch of yet. Mr. Jason says, on a serious note, though, unless Mr. Quinn specifically prescribes that the stream is 18+, there is a non-zero chance that there might be a complaint by a parent. Yeah, like, I think it is... I would have to check what my settings on Twitch are with the streams. But if we do get one, there may be a chance that we have to be a bit more careful. We'll address that as we come. Mr. Rasby says the stream is not set to 18+. Dang it. What? I could have swore I had set that correctly. Oh, I think I know what it is. You know what, my lovely senators? I know exactly what it is. I wasn't expecting cussing. I wasn't expecting to cuss this entire playthrough. I just wasn't. It's fine. It's totally fine. Mr. Esby says, I thought the sound effect says I don't understand. Nah, if you want more of an I don't understand, you want something like... Hold on, let me find it. Hold on. I could have swore it was right here. Oh no, it might be one of the buttons that got wiped from...
Now, don't get excited.
It might be. Hold on. Let me find it.
Me not that kind of orc.
Ah, Aelin beat me right to it. The I don't get it is the correct one. Me not that kind of orc. I do not comprehend that kind of thing. Aelin says you weren't expecting me. Yeah, more or less. I wasn't expecting you. Which is totally fine. That is totally fine. I have no problem with that. Just you're expecting to make you're expecting a child-friendly stream or like a kid-friendly stream, relatively speaking, and then your audience like completely skews your point of view. And as a streamer, I should have been better prepared for that. But again, I'll also preface this by saying, you know, if you're a parent, you should not be letting your children, you know, watch stuff by themselves if they're not an adult. Mr. Jason says, I don't think that anyone could properly prepare for Aelin. Too true. Too true. And I hope Aelin sees that as a compliment. Mr. Resby says, I know a lawyer. If we get to that point... Oh, I shouldn't have read that. Whoopsie. Aelin says, yay, I'm unpredictable. Too true. Mr. Resby says if we get a complaint from a parent, you'll go play the lottery within the same day. Yeah, that a few more times too. That might bankrupt you, good sir. I wouldn't recommend doing that. Well, I guess do it at your own peril, is what all should say. The sludge has disappeared, and a new king has taken the throne. A wonderful new page has been added to the history of the Zora. I wish that you could stay forever in our beautiful domain. I want a house. Where is the, tribe-oriented housing, Nintendo? Let us buy houses in the race of the people that we like. Let us do that. I want to live here. With the water and the fish people. They're my favorite. But as I understand it, you must be leaving. If you ever grow weary during your journey, please return to Zora's domain. You're always welcome here. Mr. Jason says, bankrupt is a bad situation, but is still technically better than being morally bankrupt. Too true. Too true, good sir. Aelin says, my stepsister went to law school, so we currently have 2 law-knowing people. Ah, 2 people that could speak legalese. Impressive. Mr. Resby says, in the race of the people that we like. Hey, I didn't say there were bad races, okay? I said the races of the people that we like. I would also buy a house in Rito Village, for the record. So this is like the royal regalia, so to speak. Yeah. Link, once again, you have done Zora's domain a great service. Thanks to the efforts of you and our young king Sidon, the domain has been saved. You must allow me to thank you. Link, if you intend to go up against the various phenomena plaguing this world, you need a weapon that is up to the task. The light-scaled trident has been passed down through generations of the Zora since ancient times. It will not fail you. Bring me the necessary materials and I will craft one for you with all due haste. You must acquire a Zora spear, 3 diamonds, and 5 pieces of flint. Wait, they all require diamonds and pieces of flint? Come on. Maybe it's all the metal ones, but even a Zora spear that is decayed will suffice. Return to me when you have the required materials. I will be waiting. Glory of the Zora. Mr. Jason says, wouldn't it be nice if you could have a house in each respective region, Mr. Coin? Too true. Too true. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, why not all of them? But that would be a touch too much programming for Nintendo. And stuff that their devs would maybe frankly not care about. Mr. Resby says the materials they ask for, it shines bright. Yeah, the light scale trident. It shines bright like a diamond. Was that intended to be a song reference, by the way? Just out of curiosity. Mr. Jason's... Oh, I already read that. Aelin says, young king, he's 115 plus years old. Too true. Too true. Sidon was probably around back then in the early days as a young child. Maybe. Plus, the Zora are basically sea elves, so... Mr. Jason says, I'm conflicted, Mr. Coin, but for a good reason. I would like to see you grow as a creator, but you also really like that you read out our names and messages. I hope that at a point where I am growing consistently, I hope when that is happening, right, that people will understand that I get to a point where I just can't read out the message anymore, and people are there for me more than anything else. It kind of stinks, but that's part of the evolution of growing channels, right? Mr. Raspy says, I mean, yeah, that's a common comparison. You could say it like that. I'm thinking of the Rihanna song with the lyrics, shine bright like a diamond. That's what my reference was. Mr. Raspy says, they grew up so fast. Hey, look, I've been doing this for a long time. I spent a lot of time in the chamber just making content. The blacksmith Dento has pledged to make the light scale trident for you. To forge this powerful weapon, used by the Zora for generations, he requires 3 diamonds, 5 pieces of flint, and a Zora spear. He assures you that a decayed spear will work. Okay, there's really actually only one place left to go, and that's here, and then we can finally keep things moving. Fantastic. Link, so you're responsible for the sludge disappearing. I might have guessed as such. Thank you, good sir. As captain of the guard, it is my duty to reflect upon the awful tragedies endured by the domain because of the upheaval. From this moment forward, I shall forever steel myself in service of His Majesty King Sidon. I shall do so faithfully, just as my father, Segan, served the exalted Dorothan. No problem. Hey, Linny, listen up. I found a super old story in an ancient manuscript while organizing the inn's bookshelf with Finley. Here's the story from the ancient manuscript. Long, long ago at Tarm Point, a blessed stone was hidden away within a sacred shrine. It was a magnificent shrine that was overflowing with blessings. See? It's clearly an ancient manuscript containing a timeless secret, right? Maybe so. Right? I knew of all people an adventurer like you would understand, Linny. This is probably something left behind by my great-great-great-great-grandpa. Probably even more greats than that. It says that the shrine is sacred, so there must be some truly amazing treasure there. As soon as she read this, my daughter, Finley, declared that she was off on an adventure to find the treasure. Before he knew what hit him, she grabbed Sasan, and together they raced out of the domain. Finley is headstrong, to say the least. She'll be fine, but I'm a little worried about poor Sasan. Tarm Point is way off to the southeast of the domain, so it's pretty far. I hope they make it there safely. True treasure. Coda at the inn came across the following passage from an ancient text. Long, long ago at Tarm Point, a blessed stone was hidden away within a sacred shrine. Coda's daughter, Finley, believes there must be treasure there, and so she and Sasan set off for Tarm Point. Does treasure await them? I don't know about that. Last person we need to talk to. Oh, Link, thank you so much for once again saving the domain. As I'm sure you know, Finley was in pieces worrying about Sasan, who did not show up here as planned. However, thanks to the sludge finally disappearing, Sasan was able to arrive here safe and sound. Finley was over the moon to see him. The two have a lot of catching up to do, and they've gone off somewhere together. I'm just so relieved that she is happy once more. As a father, that is practically on par with the sludge being gone. Please forgive me if I'm oversharing. Anyhow, back to work I go. Thank you for coming here so late. Enjoy a sleep as deep as the ocean here at the Seabed Inn. Blissful waterbed, sure. Until morning, please. We need to... Bouncy, bouncy. That sounds like an awful way to sleep, I'm not gonna lie. If the waterbed is so bouncy that you're literally bouncing up and down. If you're bouncing up and down on the bed and you can't seem to stabilize, that's not very good. I'm not the only one that thought that the first time I heard that noise. Mr. Jason says, if Coda sent you to Tarn Point in the prequel, you would meet a Lionel. Too true. All my homies know a Lionel. Lionel Richie? Lionel Richie? Maybe? Maybe that's the reference we're going for here? Starasby says, ah yes, the upstairs neighbors. Turned out it was just their washing machine. And I hear that a certain stepsister might have gotten stuck in it again. If you know, you know. If you don't, look it up. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. The nice thing is that we did all our shilling in the previous, like 2 hours. So all I have to do is explain how the break works. We do take those around here at the top of the hour. Well, at the top of the real world hour, I should say. Those typically last 3 minutes. There will be a timer above my head. Once the timer reaches 0, I will have returned back to my desk and we can get on with the gaming. I highly recommend we all, take a break at the same time. I really truly mean that. That way we don't miss out on anything together as an audience and a prospective entertainer. There's a lot of text going on. Hang on. Tension says, hey brother, how you doing? Welcome back, Tension. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We just grabbed all of the quests in Zora's domain, and we're going to get started on chasing Koroks probably after the commercial break. If we get the chance, along with a bunch of other stuff. But I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Hopefully you are also doing well. Let's see. Mr. Esby says, so clumsy. It was so hard to get that reference. I mean, I happen to know who Lionel Richie is, so there's that. Alan says, I'm expecting an invite to your friend group's new Discord server, the one without Lily. She was I'm gonna take it that was the girlfriend you broke up with, Alan. Is that correct? But hopefully the Discord server goes over smoothly. Mr. Rasby says, bruh. Indeed. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, as usual, I will likely not be here after the break. It is late for you, so we'll see you tomorrow for the second day of Coinmas. Are we gonna do that? I feel like other creators do that, but I guess I could maybe come up with something for that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, the gifts that keeps on giving. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Since you're not going to be here after the break, thank you so much for hanging out with us, good sir. Your company is much appreciated. I do hope to see you back sooner rather than later. Do rest well, my lovely senator. But if for whatever reason I don't see you again, do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, we're going to continue catching up on messages while I've got the next 2 minutes. Mr. Resby says, fun fact, today was the National Day of Romania. Yeah, well, I hope that day was smooth and remembered well for you, Mr. Rasby. I guess it would be something like Independence Day for us here in America, but I don't know if that is necessarily, if you necessarily view the National Day in quite that light. Tension says, I beat Breath of the Wild now. Nice. You're going for the Korok seeds and upgrading your armor. Good luck with that. You got 397 of them. Good luck. A lot of them can be quite ornery to get to. I do mean that. Mr. SB says, the only stream where one can call a mod and have a parent's warning with the same first tower. What a whirlwind, right? Aelin says, yeah, everyone hates her now. I mean, she did you dirty. I'm not surprised people think poorly of her. Mr. SB says, quite a vortex even. Too true. I used to be known as, you know, Swirling Vortex 09. Was incorporated with my identity for a while. I mean, it still kind of is in spirit, but I don't, for the most part, I'm coin stamped these days. And I'm just happy with that. I'm fine with that. We will continue chatting right after the commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I got caught up in some logistical things. I didn't get the chance to say anything, so let me catch back up on chat here. Make sure I didn't miss anything on YouTube. Tension says it's pretty easy with your climbing gear. You got it at level 4. Nice, nice. Yeah, if you've got good climbing gear and you probably have like Rivali's Gale, you have everything you need to get most, if not all, the Korok seeds. You really just got to spend some stamina. I also recommend early stamina if you want to go after the Koroks pretty aggressively early on. Though since if you're hunting them post game, that's probably not necessary. Like, you already have the health for that. Tension says you got the bike too. Yep, that'll do it right there. So between those three things, you have everything you need. Mr. SB says, I remember the pre-Battle Royale coin stamp name. Ah, the 180. Yes, when I had a 180 with my name, I do remember that. Mr. Jason says, also the only stream that one can call the mod a bitch, and the mod is like, okay, I don't mind. I mean, I think Aelin wouldn't bother mincing words if they were truly perturbed at someone. Tension says their stamina's maxed out. Gotcha. Yeah. Maxed out stamina is good. I have maxed out stamina I had maxed out stamina in Breath of the Wild, and it was a godsend. Strasby says 180 coin stamps fought in a huge arena called the Coin Game. It was pretty popular. I heard it had squids in it. The winner is now known as Coin Stamp without the 180. I am so glad I don't have this number I don't have that number with my name anymore. It's been a blessing. Now my name is easily synonymous with just typing in the compound word. Let's see. Strasby says, enough internet for today. Too true. Strasby says, oh, okay, right. It was a reply to the joke, appreciating its quality. Yes. Strasby says, but yeah, I don't know how we can joke like 80% of the stream every stream, and it kind of works. I mean, it's what the people want. What can I say? If people wanted me to game more, they would redeem the shut up for 5 minutes coin and please play the game. Like, people would be saving points for that every stream. You know, people would go to town on a redemption like that. Mr. Jason says, we're just that good at jokes. Too true. Too true, Mr. Jason. Mr. Esby says, Coin had a number in his name until he did a 180 and got rid of it. Nice. Mr. Jason says, what I mean, Mr. Coin, people can call you anything and you wouldn't react to it. You hold yourself to a very professional standard, as you know, good sir. Too true. Too true, Mr. Jason. Your steely will is what makes you your somewhat unflinching nature makes you a good moderator. I appreciate that quality in a person. Mr. Esby says, what if the people want sex? Well, they can get that on their own. They don't need to be here in this stream to do that. And they're kind of in the wrong place for that, not gonna lie. I hear there are a handful of websites that one could use for that. Strasby says, well, wait, no, you meant something else? Well, gotta choose the redemption that works for you, good sir. Okay, we've caught up on messages. We have an hour, and I think considering we had a little bit of a late start, we're gonna go 15 minutes past 5 in the evening anyway, but I'm also going to tack on another 10 minutes to that. That way you guys get your actual 4 hours worth of content. I just feel like that's fair. So the way I like to start, now that we have actually... Now that we've actually completed things, is I guess really the way we need to start is to actually go back to the water temple and double check these treasure chests. I said that we were going to do that earlier, and I mean that. Because once we do check these, we're good to do other stuff. Mr. Jason says, to be honest, Mr. Coin, us Brits self-depreciate ourselves anyway, so being called names doesn't bother us. Oh. What? Oh, that's just... Sidon's vow has granted you the power to summon his avatar. Okay. What is that beeping? That's true. Like, I do know that the English people are well known for self-deprecating humor, but that isn't all they do, I'm sure. Mr. Rasby says, Jason, the representative of the overwhelming majority of citizens living in the United Kingdom. Kappa, fair. Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason says, you may find something at the water temple. Oh no. Wait, this isn't a fish. What kind of fish is this? That's not a fish. That's not a fish. This is like a 4-seat amphitheater. Why would people think this is a fish? I thought for sure it would be the floating scale island. There's no way. Mr. Rasby says, what is that beeping? Ah, yes, Plan B, combined with the laser sight aimed at Coin. Look, I can't help sitting this close to my mic. If I sat back like this, I guarantee you I would not only have to pump my volume, but also you guys could probably tell that my voice is out of focus right now, right? Like, you could tell I'm just speaking from further back. Also, I'm not in view of the camera if I do that, so... Strasby says in Romanian, fish is also referred to as pimps with that word. Ah, yes, the fish is a pimp. The sun is a star, apparently. Mr. Rasby then says, if you sat back, the laser would miss, but then you wouldn't hear me properly. What is that beeping? I'm going... God, give me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. Give me the courage to change the things I can. And the wisdom to know the difference. Oh my God. Just, is someone moving something outside? No one else can hear that, I'm sure. Anyway, we got things to check out. So we're going to do that. A hop and a skip. To be honest, I'm not going to even address May right this second. It's going to be... We need to check the chests. That's what I need to do. So... Our first chest would have been, like... Down there? And if it's here, that means there was a floating platform with that chest, right? Which I do remember pulling something off of a platform for that. Sir Resby says, the wisdom of a diffusal manual. Yes, I need to dismantle whatever is making that beeping noise. Mr. Jason says, of course, I never spoil the general location of people or items in games, but you had to mention the aforementioned joke. Too true. Too true. Mr. Jason says, as it made sense. Welcome on in, Michael Diaz. Good to see you. It's been a while. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're, going back to the water temple to clean up any missing chests we might have had from earlier. From maybe missing things in the water temple. That's what we're doing. Okay, that's this chest, I'm almost quite sure. Yeah, it's like in the water. I could see it. It's right there. Okay. So that's here. The next one is up on the first amphitheater like part that we went to. And let me turn back over to here. Michael Diaz says you're good. How about yourself, Mr. Coin? I'm doing just fine. I've got a nice cup of hot chalky, which I have graciously stirred earlier. Nice warm drink on a cold winter night, so to speak. Mr. Rasby says autistic sensory overload. Yeah, that's a little bit of what's going on for sure. The beeping is just driving me nuts. Sorry. But yeah, we're cleaning up stuff in the water temple before we go on and do quests and pick up Koroks and stuff. Mr. Jason says Mr. Koi made a pun just now and it wasn't a Shurjan one. Oh, we're returning to the water temple to clean up the chests? Yes, ha, I made it funny.
Sure, Jan.
Yes, I'm still Shurjanning it, but it was a good one. GG, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. Okay, so this one's like here. We might as well, like, get ready. Mr. Resby says, at least we're not a TSA line. Too true. I swear, the people of the TSA lines probably somewhat, like, enjoy their job, and that is not, like, a compliment or anything of the sort. Ow. Wow, I just lost 2 rounds of hearts for no reason. Let's not do that. Oh, I just lost a fairy. No, get out of here. No. Mr. says the thrill of the hunt. The promise of payment in the form of unsurprising amounts of compromise on people running through the TSA checkout line. I'm not kidding. Some people enjoy that job entirely too much. Stressby says the promise because we don't know what's happening next. Too true. Michael DS, how have things been going in your slice of terra firma? You know, has your place in the world been generally stable, or has there been a lot of turmoil and you know, unrest? I would say that things are stable, but things are only stable in my part of the States, and really it's only stable insofar as I live in like a little podunk area of the US, so I don't see too much trouble. I kind of have to invite trouble, which is why I do my best to not invite trouble of any kind. Mr. Rasby says, Mr. Coin, I'm 1 streak away from a 25 stream streak. Nice. As a reminder, if you guys are looking to grind up channel points, you are rewarded for channel loyalty. You get an extra 450 points every time you maintain a consistent streak on a channel for every day that you come in. So if you're like, man, channel points are going by so slow. Well, just stop by more often and for at least like an hour. And you'll definitely get your 450 points added every day. Stressy says, let that anxiety sink in, Kappa. I don't think so. Alan says, trouble like you? No, I wouldn't say that. Now, if you want to call yourself trouble, then sure. Then yes. But otherwise, no. Mr. Rasby says, I pledge my loyalty. Mr. Rasby says, man, channel points are going by so slow. Well, goody for you. If you got, I know that was sarcasm, right? But if you click on the power up and rewards panel or button on your Twitch chat panel, there's a nice little information button, as well as, if you click on the button that corresponds to the channel points, in my case, they're called amperes, there are a bunch of things you can do to get points. There are static modifiers for points, and then there are multipliers for points. You could probably take a guess at what multiplier, what generally is required to get a multiplier for your points. You're on Twitch. You can fill in the blanks. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, did I tell you in your friend Suremu's stream you have over 500,000? Yes, so you did tell me that a couple of times, Mr. Jason, on the occasions where it's come up. Mr. Resby says, 500 more for 100K. Nice. Nice. Mr. Resby says, though rich shall remain silent. Yeah, you don't want to necessarily go advertising you got a ton of channel points. Mr. Rasby says, did Jason tell you that at his friend's channel he has over 500,000? I thought you were interested in that. Not a traditional joke, but that sarcasm is pretty funny. Yeah. Okay, so I think we got that corresponding treasure chest. We have 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there are 6. I feel like we pulled 6. Pulled 6 chests. But I could be wrong, of course. And there could be like more, or maybe I was kind of counting the lead up, to some other spots. Let's see if I'm right. The low gravity is super fun. Okay, so yeah, there's that chest. That's at B1. We verified the 2 chests on the first floor that are on the left-hand side, generally, of the arena or dungeon. So we only have 3 more left to verify on the other half. Strasby says, just saying. Just saying. If you know, you know. Exactly. Mr. Jason says, I'm staying as long as I can, Mr. Coin. No worries, Mr. Jason. If you gotta go because it's late and you're tired, that's totally fine. There's always the VOD, right? I appreciate the loyalty. I do appreciate the loyalty, good sir. But please don't strain yourself. We've got a wonderful, well-behaved audience. If I need to link something, I have 0 problems doing that. So only stay on board if you want to do that. No unhealthy addiction. This is devotion. Look, I'm not the leader of a cult, okay? I'm not a leader of a cult. I do not want to, like, have that mentality in my audience if I can help it, but that's just me. Mr. Alan says, sure. Not sure what in regard to, but maybe that'll be apparent in a minute. All hail coin. Oh, the cult thing. Please don't. Please don't. I don't want to give parents... we already have, like, a kind of bad impression among some parents right now. I would like not to add that to a list of things that we're struggling with at the moment. Let's see. Mr. Rasby says, as a motivational speaker once said, replace not with not yet. Kappa. That can be both good and bad. Like, the motivational speaker is right. Unfortunately, I have news for them, and that news is sometimes not yet can also be a source of despair and not just, you know, a sign of hope. Like, not yet can be a sign of many potential things to come that are beneficial in your future, but sometimes they can also signal despair. Like, you know, impending doom. It can go either way. Mr. Rasby says, broer? Jason says, what? Are we, like, LARPing? Who's saying what now? Aelin said, sure. Jason says, Jan. Mr. Rasby says, I said, bruh. Mr. Rasby then goes on to say, me asking if I forgot my headset at work. No, not yet. See? Exactly. Mr. Rasby has the right of it. See? It could be a portent of ill tidings to come. If you let it, of course. Oh, there's like one. It's like right here, right? There is one. It's like, if I'm looking at this, I think it may have been right here. Yeah, it's this exact platform, and let's see. This chest might require me to actually look up what it is. Then we have two. We have two that are on this platform. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, did you know that I am very pleased to have a genuine unclaimed Mew with one of your Pokeball Pluses? Yes, you did tell me that. We were very excited. I said I was nervous that, you know, what if it had turned out not to have a Mew? And you were like, I wanted the Pokeball Plus. If it didn't have the Mew, unclaimed Mew, so be it. You kind of knew that the likelihood of an unclaimed Mew was low. Strasby says, I knew something was missing. I hadn't seen the word poke or poke said with a diacritic. Now I can sleep well at night. Indeed. I don't think so. Get in the water. Actually, they're not gonna be in the water. Tulin, are you gonna help, buddy, or what? Well, if you guys wanted to know where to farm Zonai-like parts, these dungeons that have the Zonai constructs in them are a very good way to do that. Just throwing that information out there for use. Okay, so this one would have been here, and if I remember, yes. Okay, so there's that one. That one's confirmed. And this last one is on the little offshoot over here. Let's just use our adventuring tools to help us make shortcuts. Aelin says, oh, thank you for the link forwarding, Aelin. Much appreciated. Mr. Espy says, I don't think so. Get in the water. Yes. Me and my homies waterboarding. Look, waterboarding the enemy is the Ganon's minions is just an easy way to get rid of them. They actually disintegrate in water, if you didn't know. If you want to beat them, just add water. Easy. Every time. No mistake necessary. Alan says that's so good. What? Oh my goodness. Maybe not. Yes, mod abuse. That I don't know if I necessarily like the amount of cussing that is being thrown at people. Cussing about things or at me, I suppose, is fine, but I don't know about all this cussing at people. Mr. Rasby says, yes, waterboarding a plant is good. Plants need water. You can drown them, you know. Waterboarding I can't believe we're describing watering plants as waterboarding. What? This is like Caleb Gannon levels of just, you know, like word salading something. And Caleb Gannon is very known for making equivalency statements. If you guys don't know who he is the proud author of a card drafting game called Algomancy. You should look up his channels. He makes all kinds of equivocal statements like that all the time. It's just kind of a personality quirk of his. Let's see, Mr. Jason says, wow, Mr. Coin, I just randomly checked Nintendo Life and saw this article, new Sonic Universe movie spinoff announced for 2028. Of course. Are they going to bring back Jim Carrey or whoever his name is? Mr. Resby says, can we have a rule to not cuss at people here specifically? Like, cuss all you want. I kind of agree. Like, not like cussing in general. Cussing at people without having made a, you know, without knowing them, quote unquote, maybe not. I need to think of a way to phrase that politely, but that might be a rule going forward. Just things I'm thinking about. No worries, Aelin. I know your speaking style. I'm not perturbed by it. It's more over, you never know when you're gonna bump into someone that may get mad, and then I have to step foot in front of that and be like, yeah, this person called me a name that I didn't like. It's very, like, I hate using this analogy, but it's very much a thing like out of middle school or high school. I just don't want to have, you know, misunderstandings over that. Mr. Jason says, I know that we have not even had a Donkey Kong movie, but you can't wait for the Donkey Kong movie 2 in the new funky mode. Oh God, I can visualize the movie title now. Donkey Kong 2, Funky's New Groove. Or something along those lines. Mr. Resby says, yeah, it just feels wrong if you could call. I mean, in some streams you can do that, no problem. I just don't know where I sit on it yet. Strasby says, but nothing against... too true. Ramming bitches is always welcome. Always. And again, adults, you know, please parent your children and do not let them on the platform by themselves. You should be doing your job as a parent and safeguarding them against the influences of the internet. It's literally not good for them to be on the internet by themselves without supervision. Mr. Espy says, good, I get 10 XP in the moderation department. You will need that for when you start the 3rd place discussions club. Oh, is this a new project you're thinking of doing? I'm glad that we checked chests. Because that was one that we hadn't found. The only thing I can think of left is that it's either under the platform somehow, or I'm missing something obvious is what's happening. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, apparently the Pokemon Go Plus device the weird name. It makes sense enough for me. It's not that weird. Has been seemingly discontinued, but Mr. Jason does have a sealed one. Oh, that's gonna have some sincere resale value on it. That's gonna be good. Yeah, that's gonna be fantastic. Or you know, it could be just a curator. Oh, no. It's a Pokemon Go Plus Plus. I misread. That's what was happening. Okay. Makes some sense then. Mr. Rasby says, how do I explain my therapist that you learned parenting lessons in the same place that you mentioned before? That there's sounds of people yelling sex and talk about mafia organization, water torture method, intercourse with people, etc. I mean, streams are a place where adults go and, you know, people in high school, I should probably say, and even middle school, legally speaking, and, you know, talk shop about games and such. I think we've gotten all the treasure chests. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to mark some places that we need to go and collect shrines, Korok seeds, and other bits of business. Speaking of, there's like one here, and I want to say there's a shrine there, and that means there's probably going to be a mechanism we need to use in order to get into it. Hold on, I'm missing something. Stressby says, I hope that one guy who missed all the signs but caught missed coins disclaimer will be happy. Me too, Mr. Rasby, me too. Mr. Jason says, also, oh, right, it was just, I think we're beating a dead horse, guys. I think that's what's happening. Let's move on from that, shall we? Alan asks, how many people have you banned? A few. A handful. Not over, like, it's usually over more serious things. It's never been over, like, curating a child-friendly atmosphere. Never. I just straight up say that that's not what I'm here to do. Let's see. There was one guy that apparently threatened to hack my real-life friends based on information that they have obtained about me. I banned them and reported them. There were a couple of people who said really foul words that I cannot excuse, no matter what context they're in. I have banned a couple of people for being racist or ableist. I have banned a couple of people over a severe misunderstanding in conduct and how people are generally supposed to behave. And mostly since then, since like my beginning years, it's mostly been scammers or graphic artists who can't take a hint and, you know, realize that artists are not generally advertising in Twitch chats and YouTube chats. They're usually grabbing things. They're usually putting DeviantArt pages up when they're not busy swatting away attempts at AI scalping. That's usually what's happening. Okay, is that all of those items? It is. Okay, we're good to go here. So, are we ready to get out of here? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't important. But yeah, no, I've banned a handful of people. I don't like doing it. I generally warn people first. If someone really does something, you know, that breaks a rule, I warn them first. Then I time them out. And then if they continue past that, ban. Or if they're being inherently racist and they're just indignantly, like, unrepentant about that, a ban. Like, I don't play around with that. Also, Twitch terms of service requires that I do not play around with that. Mr. Resby says Meeb. Oh, well, that's complicated history, and I'm not really sure I want to, like, bring that up. I don't think that's particularly fair to you, Mr. Rasby. I think those were just completely different times back then. Yeah. Also, you and I were just much younger people back then. Aelin says, I can't believe I missed the one guy you banned, at least while I was watching you. I mean, you watched a bot ban, a spammer. You may have watched a bot ban a spammer, possibly. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin, a genuine artist will post their pieces of art usually on Instagram, and then those services will be spread by word of mouth. Typically, yes. Or DeviantArt, Pinterest, that sort of thing. Usually. Agreed, Mr. Rasby. Agreed. Aelin says, okay, got the invite, and apparently you can gamble. So bye, bitches. Bye, Aelin. Thank you so much for stopping by, good sir. Your company is valuable and treasured as always. I cannot jump on a bike to save my life. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you sooner rather than later. But if, for whatever reason, you know, I don't see you again, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, it is time to, you know, get out of here and get back to, finally get to doing some side stuff. If you guys want to follow along as we collect Korok seeds, you can type in !TOTK MAP if you're on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, you can type in *TOTK MAP and you'll get the same result. And that's how you guys will be able to follow along as we collect Koroks that I cannot be arsed to go find by my lonesome, since many of them are just pluck random rock out of a place. That's ridiculous. So we cheat. We cheat is what we do. Mr. Raspy says, imagine, Jason, that, oh, this is in response to, this is directed at someone. That would be awful, I should say. Imagining that if someone, you know, hadn't heard about the right way to do things before, they're gonna get banned in so many chats and not understand why. That's wild. I could not imagine people willingly suffering through that. Oh, now I can fly free. Mr. Jason says, in 10 to 11 days tomorrow, Mr. Coin, you'll be able to do some Christmas shopping. Good luck. Hopefully that goes well. Sir Esby says, yeah, no system covers these flaws completely. Yeah, it's the idea of, oh, well, you know, if you're going to be an artist, you're studying the business and you know how people generally conduct business and make money in that profession. You understand that. And hopefully your schooling and education will have taught you something about that. But if not, I mean, there's never a bad time to learn. Mr. Jason says, oh my gosh, or oh my god, Mr. Coin, if you designed this game, you would add a single Korok puzzle where there's just one single hill with loads of rocks you have to fill. Wasn't there a puzzle like that in Breath of the Wild? Where you had to, like, find a random rock to lift out of, like, a series of them? And some of the, where is this above me or below me? I can't tell. I think it's below me. Yeah, it looks like it is. Yeah, I remember, like, a puzzle of that sort in Breath of the Wild, but I could be lying. A useful thing to dig into when I get ready for that video essay, everyone. I am going to do that. Promise. That video essay is going to capstone everything we've done in these two games. I mean that. And I should have been making video essays on the games we've been writing or playing together over the years. I never got the impression that streamers were, like, necessarily gearing up to do that. For whatever reason. But I think I need to do something to set myself out and apart from you know, the folks that are making content. I'll never make it big if I don't gamble. I'll never make it big if all I do is something that, you know, 50 other people can do with their equipment and their spare time while working a normal job. If I want to make this work as like a means to live, I need to innovate, is what's got to happen. Mr. Rasby says, yes, a Romanian construction yard. What's special about that? I know there are certain depraved things that happen in a U.S. construction yard, you know, assuming that people are being hired above board to do things. Mr. Jason says, I can't remember, Mr. Coin. Fair. We're already doing a lot, Mr. Rasby says. I appreciate that. But if I intend to be big, I need to do big, think big, but also not do big all the time. Mr. Rasby says, I'll never make it big if I don't gamble, quote. All right, I can hear the movie from the trailer from the movie the music from the trailer from the movie American Animals. Oh, that's a movie I apparently don't know about. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, when Kid Icarus Uprising released, Game UK was in danger of going into administration and getting acquired, so Nintendo decided against giving them copies of the game. So they had a lot of Kid Icarus Uprising AR card pre-order special packs, and Nintendo UK's website says, finally, there's even a very limited edition batch out there without any rarity indicators at all. Those cards are no longer in print, so if you were to have, say, a Medusa Battle 27 card without a golden wing on it, you best hold on to it. Mr. Jason has 6 of those cards, Mr. Coin. So that's yeah, those are going to be evaluated very highly if you take them to an appraiser. Like, you give it enough time, yeah, you're gonna be able to sell those for a pretty penny, a pretty, you know, shiny sterling, if I may say so. Mr. Rasby says, can highly recommend the movie American Animals. It's a half documentary, half movie about some students doing an actual effing heist that's happened. You know, how do you dream big? You steal, and you steal something big. Makes sense. Yeah, I could see why that reminded you of it. Yes, video game. I too would like to get down there. Actually, Yunobo's weight might come in handy here, now that I'm thinking on it. Mr. Espy says, you reminded me of one of the protagonists. You were like, time to study art again. Oh, if only you could earn money off of art. These days, people are trying to do art for free. So, not really. And, you know, it's fake, soulless art. I got into a little bit of a trifle on YouTube with like a pollster on YouTube. They did a poll or made an opinion piece about AI, and I got into a little bit of a snafu with a commenter in there about it, about my stance regarding AI and everything. Mr. Jason says, I was given a few Kid Icarus Uprising AR card pre-order special packs. You see, Mr. Coin? Mr. Jason then goes on to say, you also still have a sealed Kid Icarus Uprising AR card pre-order special pack. I mean, yeah, that's, I mean, that's going to be some good money. And hopefully, you know, if for whatever reason, you know, the cards are become worthless, right? There's no, like, collector's edition. There's no reason to hold on to it other than sentiment. You know, maybe at some point you'll be able to open those without fear of diminishing value just by opening the pack. What the heck? So this thing just, like, moves. Oh, I think I see. We're supposed to head down there and find a way to, like, manipulate something. Okay. Mr. Rasby says they were stealing expensive art. Fair. So probably like Mona Lisas and stuff. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Mr. Rasby says you can't combat billionaire-backed fascist propaganda. Sure you can. It's just that you can peddle out a lot of it. You can peddle out a lot of it if you're a billionaire. And you really got to fight hard if... You got to combat them in a way that money can't win. Which is really hard to do. But you can do it. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Koi, many years ago, someone raised a stink with me on YouTube for a comment you made. That person is probably still waiting for my reply. You never bothered. And that was even before you had the professional backing of the TCC. Oh, I mean, it's different for me because I instigated the fight. Someone said, you know, of all something to the effect of, only these anti-AI people would have been around when the tractor was invented. Would they have gotten upset over farmers losing their jobs to tractors? To which my general reply would have been, no, people wouldn't have been upset over the tractor because you can still operate a tractor. You don't necessarily have to operate the AI that would be piloting a tractor, especially if the tractor could then self-pilot and self-repair. Absolutely not. You could just totally cut the human out of the job. And I got into a bit of an argument with that person over there. I have not yet issued a counter reply, and I will likely be doing that between today and tomorrow. Mr. Resby says that's all you're willing to say on it. That's fair. Mr. Resby says, whenever I write a comment studying both sides of being pretty unreductive and admitting that it's kind of possible, you may be completely off. It's extremely rare for me to get any likes on that comment. That's true. That is absolutely true, Mr. Rasby. The internet rewards divisiveness, controversy. That is what you need to do to make traction. You make a ridiculous, the biggest of L or biggest of W take on the internet. You will in fact, be able to get lots of likes on the internet. That's what you have to do. If you make a statement go viral, and viral can be in part influenced by divisiveness, or as this latest sentence is saying, comedy. Yeah, you either need to make people laugh, you need to make people, you know, feel into themselves some way, or you need to, like, you know, rile up red team and blue team. Those are your ways of making traction on the internet. Mr. Resby says, but I used to be the exact guy who gets top comment each time. You can pinpoint videos from 2 clicks, Philip and Tom Scott, where the top comment is actually yours. Yeah, I'm sure you can. That's not me disputing it. I just don't have any knowledge of that. I don't have any reference point for that. The thing looks like it is... okay, it's topside. Good. I was wondering about that. It is a self-rotating shrine. I was wondering, or self-rotating planetoid. I was kind of wondering about this. Okay, we can put some charges into this, and let's see what we get. I don't make comments with the expected goal of generating likes. That would be, if that's like a sub goal, that's great. But if that's like a bonus benefit, then that's fine. But I don't go around doing that. Something either genuinely inspires me to make a comment, or I feel I must take a stand at some point on the internet and make a comment, and so that's generally just what I do. Anything up there? No, not for... Okay, do not run into a rotating platform. You will die. Mr. Jason says a self-rotating Death Star. Too true. Navigate through that, Luke Skywalker. Mr. Espy says something validating emotion or minimizing places of suffering. Yeah, but these two get a lot. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Espy says he grew up being the underdog constantly, so you don't fall for that anymore, even before you met Tom or made big progress. I'm kind of in a similar boat. I grew up kind of being teased and bullied and constantly made out to be the underdog. I was like a relatively bright child, so I never struggled in academia regularly growing up, but it was always the social stuff, aka the thing that actually mattered to a lot of people, and it mattered for like personal development. That, like, I struggled with that. What do they want here? I don't know what they're asking. Well, they obviously want to guide us to something, but I don't know what. I guess we can, like, kind of explore around and figure out what to do here. Seems kind of cryptic. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, I have an elderly relative who enjoys the Doctor Who series. It's a decent series. I don't enjoy it on the regular, but I have watched bits of it. When you were a child, you watched the first series of the show with them. When you saw the Daleks, you became really scared and worried that they were real and would invade us. But the relative reassured me. They said, 'Don't worry, the Daleks won't invade. Steps have been put in place to avoid that.'" If that is a long-winded joke, and I'm not sure I got it. I think that's got to be a joke based on the context of the show, yeah? Do I have that correct? Or is that like an anecdote you're telling about your own history? Just so I don't, like, cross wires somewhere. Oh, in the first series, Daleks couldn't climb steps. Too true. Yeah, they're like little robots that slide on wheelies, right? They move kind of like how tanks do sometimes. Yeah, steps do kind of defeat a Dalek pretty easily in the beginning. Later on, they got ways to, like, just circumvent the steps altogether. Okay, so they want us to, like, get different parts, is what I'm looking at here. They want us to, like, get a cart. Actually, I'm not really sure what they want here. Are they wanting us to, like, make a runway of sorts? Also, I see that treasure chest. I need to know how to get that. That's got to be like an ascension thing. Yeah, that's exactly what that looks like. Nice. I always, like, everyone says David Tennant, right? I think that's everyone's, like, favorite Doctor. He was just kind of good at the role. Matt Smith was always mine. I don't know. Something about, you know, Matt Smith just fit that role better for me, personally. Mr. Espy says, "To me, the apex of not being affected..." Oh, I'm gonna die. Yeah, just get it over with. The apex of not being affected by others takes as if you never even get to the point of mentioning it, that you do it outside of purely evaluational purposes. Right, so, like, what prompted the comment, right, Mr. Rasby? Like, oh, you said something about, let's say... you said something about green energy. And like the comment on green energy prompted me to make a reply. I never reveal that the reason I commented had anything to do with them. It was just purely from scrutinizing that person's view regarding, or your view in this case, on green energy. Okay, got that one. And I bet we can do the same thing with this one. Put it in the track, like that. Mr. Resby says, yeah, no issue with that. Right. It's like, you're purely replying to something based on merit. Like, what are the merits of the thing that they're talking about? What claim are they making? Like, it's logical, it's surgical, it's clean. I can appreciate that. I can definitely appreciate that. I'm more people-driven, and so for me, like, I do try to focus on that, but at the same time, sometimes people just say things to be stupid, and you kind of just have to call them out. It's not even about, like, what the claim is. It's the fact that they made a claim when they should have read the room. Nice. Mr. Raspy says it's just kind of a rant of yours where there's very, very few people, if much... there's very, very few people, if much of any. Notice that you take a lot of negative emotion, even if you do snap too. Fair. Okay, they're wanting us to, like, we no longer need this one. No. I don't think so, little birdie. I got you. You go nowhere. Oh, that was super close. Yeah, I know exactly what they want us to do. They want us to make a bird, put it on a cart, put a fan on it, and then activate it. That's exactly what they're looking for. That's pretty easy, straightforward stuff. I don't know. I think I'm almost the same way. I just go about it differently. I see you, Mr. Rasby, as a pure logician. You don't even entertain the at least to me. Now, I could be, of course, completely misguided, but to me, you focus purely on the claim. Whereas me, I'm moreover attack the intent of why people say what they're saying. Like, yeah, I process the claim like any normal person, but at the same point, sometimes I can just tell that they made the claim not even as a genuine, like, claim. They made it specifically to be contradictory, to get a rise out of folks. To say something in a sort of, oh, I see why we need a wing. We need a wing here. What's going on? Alright, hang on. We gotta point this the correct way. Mr. Rasby says you're definitely affected by the emotional stuff. You get nuked and triggered and have to go through that. Yeah, I'm not trying to say you're inhuman. I'm saying you're better at... You seem to be better, is what I should probably say. You seem to be better at dissecting the claim without getting caught up in the emotional stuff. At least to me. I don't know if this is gonna even work. You know what? This might not even work. I need to probably put that down there. And we need to wait for that wing to spawn. Mr. Resby says, what if the surface looks like a surgical logical action is behind a scramble in the mud? I see. That makes some sense. Mr. Resby says your issue is usually that you don't have stuff to add, or that I'm like uncertain that interacting would even do anything. Right, you ask why. You really make sure you ask why even say anything? Why? What purpose does it serve? I think that's a totally fine thing to say. In fact, if more people did that and didn't just respond because they felt like it, this world would truly be in a better place, in my opinion. I do practice that. I'm not perfect, but I do try to do that. I'm usually better at spotting other people who fail to do that. Mr. Espy says people come up with ideas in their own time. Very rarely you feel like you can add something. That's the inferiority speaking, I think. Like, you may or may not have a undisclosed inferiority complex. At least I'm not trying to play armchair psychologist. I'm really not. Please go talk to an actual therapist. But that to me screams like like imposter syndrome type stuff. It really truly does. No game, I wanted you to put that in the middle. Please put it in the middle like I told you to. And for that, really all you can do is just... It's not the same, right? But I liken it to... my sibling and I had a discussion one time about, me making thumbnails. They were like, I don't know how you do it, honestly. I really don't. Uh-oh. I need to, like... What? Oh, you don't activate this. This is just manually, physically activated. Got it. And then we just need to stand on the tail like this. Never mind. I don't think my idea was wrong. I just think I needed to actually do it different. Nice. Love that. It's too spooky, 5me. Usually before I type anything, I do my research. I curate my response. So in, like, the tea house, right? Like, the tea house is where I have, like, a scripted response. I meticulously make sure that everything I say has basis in fact, and I'm not just spouting misinformation. I make sure I do that. It takes a little more time, and it's annoying, but I have not had a disagreement based on the content of the things I say. It is the presentation of how I say it. Or it's personal stuff. It's not, like, I'm not disagreeing with people in the tea house over what is fact and what is fiction. I don't always do that, but I try to do that. And it has served me well. Mr. Rasby says, it's complicated because being emotional in writing is not bad either. Too true. Yeah, being emotional can get the point across a lot better sometimes, because people are emotional creatures. Yeah, we're not Vulcans. We're more like, we're also not, Romulan either. We're a mix. We're human, right? We don't just... We're not modal creatures. We can see things kind of at once. Game, I would like you, to, like, get on my level, please. There we go. That wasn't that bad. It's just a skill you have to hone. How much emotion is appropriate, and then what words are too charged when. That's just the gotta look up the meanings of what you say, write it out, and then like try to read it back to yourself. That's what I do. I take a long time to reply to people if it's like a genuine, serious reply, because I want to make sure I've got like the tense right. I want to make sure I'm using the right words. I want to make sure it's charged enough that people get my point without being too, like, overly charged for no reason. I'm a lot better at that in writing compared to how I am in person. In person, I can go a bit off the cuff sometimes. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, you can add stuff, but usually in YouTube and Discord random text, there's too little context and room to allow for nuance you want. Well, also, there's the TLDR thing, right, Mr. Rasby? The too long, didn't read, put it in 20 words or less, please. People really don't have the attention span they used to these days, and you need to basically... You need to synthesize what you say in a couple of sentences, and sometimes there's no room to put nuance. When people want to scroll, like obviously doom scroll on their phone or whatever, you're not gonna help those people. You're not communicating to them, almost at all. You almost have to write the comment like fewer people are gonna read it, but the ones that read it are important. Mr. Rasby goes on to say, and even then, to you, in your opinion, it's almost never about the information. Yup. To you, triggering places and situations are emotional games where information's the placeholder, even decoy a lot of the time. Yup. If you've ever watched a Josh Strife Says like short or like a short form video, he goes over that a lot. He refers to disagreements as being he refers to them as being emotional problems, and I sort of agree with him on that a lot of the time. Like, if you can't tell, if the issue is I don't care about what you're saying and not I don't understand what you're saying. Those are completely different ways to handle that like discussion. You cannot fix I don't care about what you're saying with more information. That's not gonna work. You need to sell them on a story. You need to make them understand emotionally you need to make them care. That's a completely different task than make them understand. I'm very good at making people understand. I'm okay at making people care. They kind of already have to have a baseline level of care, though. If they're like, just, I don't care, I don't give two shits about what's happening, yeah, I can't really convince a person like that. The distinction has to be more subtle for me. Mr. Jason says, since taking the TCC corporate, it wasn't always how you see it, Mr. Coin. You always engage people with the mindset of how would this reflect on me as the founder of an organization? I was the founder of a science club, so I totally get that point of view. At a local branch campus, I used to be, I was the club founder for the GMC Sciences, General Sciences Club. I would often think about that. For example, Mr. Coin, you made the error of asking that streamer something in chat when you should have kept it to DMs. It has taken me a good while to let things cool, along with general advice from the director team, to conclude that you were in fact wrong in that regard. So you're taking steps now that things have settled, that they seem receptive to me in someone else's chat as they said, "Sup, Jason," and so you just left the messages apologizing for your past actions and offered to make amends. Whether this happens or not remains to be seen, but you have at least made the attempt now. Then you go on to say, well, I of course wouldn't use sup. I am aware of what it refers to. What's up? Different strokes for different folks, and me personally, I try to adopt the language of the group I'm in. If everyone's saying sup, I'm very likely to do the same. It just makes interaction smoother when people are not, when you're not othering yourself before other people have othered you, if that's making a lot of sense. You need to fit in. I hate putting it that way because sometimes you don't have the room to fit in, but people take arguments better from people like themselves and not like an outsider. People other each other all the time. Mr. Rasby says this is part of why you like Mafia and why you have a lot of connections. You operate on an integrations level of things. You're no scientist. You are a speaker, but you're not a scientist. And at times I get scared of people. Get scared because of people with this skill set being seen as knowledgeable when they're speaking bullshit, but it passes. Charisma, connection, and understanding are very different levels from informational stuff. Yep. You either dazzle them with brilliance or you baffle them with bullshit, right? Both approaches are valid. One results in a problem definitely being solved, and the other results in a problem seeming to be solved, but is in fact not solved. Okay, we got the pieces I need to move us out of this shrine. I want to make sure I'm not missing any messages. I did not mean to click that. Oh my goodness. Stream might get crunchy as my computer tries to handle a program it was not meant to handle while live streaming. We'll have to see. Yeah, like, it's the type of thing that you can attempt to dissect and explain it. Some people are great with that. Other people need, they're more kinesthetic. They need to just do it. Mr. Rasby says, how would this reflect on me as the founder of an organization? You can definitely see the upsides of this part. You tend to lack this. You skip norms, rules, and barriers if your gut tells you so. You'd rather apologize than request. This works great, but on some instances, I like to believe few, where it does backfire a lot. It comes down to the person, right? But some people, you really need to ask permission. They do not, most of the time, these are people that just do not like surprises. They hate surprises. They hate coming and finding out things and having to resolve disputes. Also, if you're an introvert, if you are someone who just generally does not like dealing with people, someone surprising you with, surprise, I thought I would ask for forgiveness rather than, seek permission, really drives those sorts of people up a wall. You really have just got to ask, and then make a contingency if people say no, for whatever reason. You really just have to do that sometimes. It's why I always try to, how do I word this? I always try not to rely on the good graces of people if I don't need to. I try to make, this is why planning is so critical and just so important. Am I doing something wrong or what? I think I'm doing something wrong and I don't get what I'm doing wrong. At least they were kind enough to give me the vehicle, so I just need to figure out what does this want? A flying device. Oh, what they want me to do is this. Did I just not fly it right, or what? Tension says they want me to get 57 Swift Violets. That's crazy for an upgrade. Yeah, Breath of the Wild upgrades. Am I right or am I right? Yeah, that's not even the worst part of it. The Swift Violets are tedious, but easy. It's some of the other stuff, and never mind if you're upgrading amiibo armor. If you're doing that in Breath of the Wild, good luck. Some of the farming requirements are ridiculous. Mr. Jason says for sure SUP definitely wouldn't fly in the TCC. It could probably fly in like the lounge area, and certainly not by staff, but you know, clients can, I'm sure, can speak just about any way they want, provided they're not flagrantly violating terms of service or making people uncomfortable. Mr. Resby says, but this is why you believe you're fitting to be the button man. You put your money where your mouth is. You play the black hat often, and you're comfortable doing it because you trust yourself and your intention of the repair process if it comes down to it. Yeah, you're the problem-solving type. And that's totally fine. Okay, we definitely need to, like, nosedive a lot so that we can, like, use the power of flight to, like... Never mind. So that we can, I dove a little bit too far. They want us to do this, because there's no way we're making this flight otherwise. Unless they want us to, like, build momentum, but that seems really silly. I am 100% not sure of the subtlety of what they are trying to ask. Also, it is apple munching time. This will probably be the last thing we do, because I am expecting dinner, real soon. And I want to be there to receive it. Mr. Jason, if you're still here, perchance, am I overthinking this? Am I just not flying, in the correct way, or is it more, do I need to do something else? You can decide how much or how little you want to say to that, I should say. Mr. Espy says, would be interesting in having a, oh, right. Okay. Mr. Jason says, indeed, clients aren't beholden to imposed policies. The higher up you are, the more things matter for sure. Like, for example, Mr. Coyne, you made an announcement once, and one of the directors made a post with a single thumbs up. I remember. You told me about that. And you removed it because it is definitely not becoming of someone of such high rank. Yeah, I do remember that. You and I had quite a bit of a lengthy conversation about it. I think we have different views on that, and that is fine, but it is your Discord server. The staff have to be willing to acquiesce to certain rules as part of being the staff. Otherwise, they should just be a regular user and not worry about that. Let me read, even though this is directed at Mr. Jason, I will kind of quickly read over it. Okay, so I'm going to say something about myself that seems very contradictory, but as a famous saying out there often says, you know, if I contradict myself, then I contradict myself. I contain multitudes. That's just kind of how it is sometimes. So I am what I would class to be an anarcho-capitalist. I am someone who believes in capitalistic principles applied properly and not cronyism, which is what a lot of the world operates on today. There are the excesses of communism, and there are also the excesses of capitalism. We need something in the middle, but I believe in, relatively speaking, free market principles with a dose of safety nets. We need to have those. Otherwise, it's not fair that certain things also should just not be operating by the free market. But that's a whole different kit and caboodle. Now, even though I am an anarcho-capitalist, and I do not necessarily believe that government has our best interest in mind, it often doesn't, I am still very much a rules, law, and order person. I do believe in the structure of hierarchy, and if we're going to abide by the hierarchy, it should be honest. Otherwise, what's the point? Get rid of it. If it's not useful, get rid of it. If people are abusing hierarchy, rules, and laws in order to be slimy little scumbags, then I have no use for them. They can, quite frankly, kick rocks, as far as I'm concerned. If I were to be a leader of a country, or a mayor of a city or something, I would keep the rules and laws that make sense, and we would try to, like, make money. That's kind of the point. We make money. This world requires money. That's just a fundamental truth. Ever since coin was thinking, we can thank the Medicis for this. In Italy, you know, ever since banking was invented, you know, currency is kind of just a thing. It's not, you know, gold and silver. It's not little knots that we carry around as means of trading or little seashells. It's actual legal tender. If we're going to operate on that, it's important we have it. That means we can't be shy by wanting to accrue it so that we can use it for... I suppose the difference between, like, what a capitalist ought to be versus what they turn out to be in practice is that a capitalist is not supposed to... They're not supposed to be at the altar of money. They're supposed to use the capitalism describes the means in which funds are acquired, not a tool by which society is supposed to function. That's really stupid. I'd go on further, but in the interest of not delving into the weeds too much, I am someone who both respects hierarchy and someone who despises it at the same time. If there's no reason to have it, then we don't need it. If we need to have it, then it should be honest. It should be honest and applied fairly. And if you can't do that, if the tendency is to be unfair in its application, then you get rid of it. And if people aren't willing to do that, then you force them to, by whatever means are necessary. You break that control. I'm being really general about it for a reason. Let me read over chat messages and then we can call it for a day. Let's see, what's not directed, not right. Not looking to deconstruct the TCC specifically, and you might very well be wrong or incomplete in your idea of how hierarchy works, what happens in practice, how to put people first. Hierarchy is just a structure. Ultimately, that's what it is. It's a structure. The idea is that with hierarchy, I'm not trying to describe things like you don't know what they are, Mr. Rasby. I'm just making conversation here. Hierarchy, in my eyes, is meant to help optimize things. Like, yes, you know, you are the executive chair of a company. I shouldn't expect to see you in my day-to-day because you're busy worrying about the overall vision of a company. If you're the ruler of a country, I shouldn't expect to interface with you often because you're worrying about decisions that could affect a whole group of people and whole swaths of land, whereas I can just make decisions that affect me completely different. And of course, hierarchy is necessarily a top-down structure. It usually is. It doesn't have to be, but it usually is. That's the whole point of a hierarchy, is you're giving people, ideally you give people jobs and responsibilities based on the role they have in society. And if it's necessary to categorize and subcategorize that stuff, and that's what you do. If you don't need to do it, then you don't. But the more general a position is, the harder it is to define a position, as well as what are the general responsibilities a position is expected to have. Well-constructed hierarchies have clearly defined, narrow and specific job descriptions, in my opinion. Mr. Jason says, I have ranks, sub-ranks, and more. Yeah, TCC's full of it. Mr. SB says, hierarchy for logistical optimization is something you can immediately see. Imagine the TCC alternative being fundamentally anarchic. I don't think that would work. Not with the ticket systems and everything else. Mr. Rasby says, and you know what? It's kind of wild that you now realize you're both in the TCC and in the Exodus. A community pretty anti-hierarchy, or at least anti-authority, so much so that the owner has no power to kick or ban people, and everyone has admin, creates their own initiatives, text channels, roles, and so on. Yeah, those are pretty disparate styles, to say the least. Mr. Jason says, with the TCC, the final decision stops with you, but usually your directors have far better ideas. That's not true. Everyone has good ideas. The ability to sell them and implement them can be a different story, but we all have halfway decent ideas. Mr. Rasby says, but yeah, it's rarely an all or nothing either. At the Exodus, people have admin, but not really admin, unless you require that power like you do for Discord bots. And the TCC doesn't sound like a bad place, and not all hierarchies have issues. It comes down to the spirit of the people holding those positions, right? That's really what it comes down to. Mr. Rasby then goes on to say, and for your values, you will fight for the side that you feel like is not properly displayed. So the underdog, basically, whoever that is. I'm sorry. I swear I'm not breathing saliva. Maybe the Octorok got in my, maybe the Octorok is getting into my throat slowly. I have no idea. Anyway, which means that you will fight both for and against hierarchy and anarchy, but you are biased. Oh, we're all biased. I'm not influenced or biased towards anarchy. I want rule and order. I'm a law and order kind of guy. But if the law and order is unjust, and unjust law and order is all there is, I become an anarchist. And of course, anarchy has tons of different subtypes as well. Too many for me to discuss when I'm trying to conclude a stream, but it's something that I've had to sit and explain to my parents, because they don't see me as an anarchist, and when I tell them I am one, they get confused and a little bit concerned, because they think that I'm being the antithesis to myself, and that's just not true. Mr. Espy says, you do try to be transparent about your line of thinking, at least. A quality that I deeply appreciate. Some people don't care for it. They just want to know your line of thinking without the justification. I feel better when I justify things, because then I get ahead of potential scrutiny. But that's a point of view that you and I have, quite frankly, differed on for a while. It's just how we conduct ourselves more than anything. Also, justifying things is a learned response for me. Okay, this conversation, the rest of this appears to be directed at people, so I'm going to go ahead and call it a day, my lovely senators. I apologize for the slow stream. I was hoping that we would do more than talk all day, but you know, sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. We'll be back tomorrow with some more Tears of the Kingdom. I'll put this on the Discord, but on the 16th, I may or may not need to take that day off. I have a veteran support group meeting and luncheon that I need to I need to attend. I've already paid the tickets for it and everything. It's basically Christmas dinner, and it would be a shame if that went to waste. Plus, I want to be there to support, you know, the U.S. veterans that are there at that luncheon as well. Help things go smoothly, that sort of thing. Other than that, my lovely senators and inductees, thank you so much for hanging out with me. My name is Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We will be back tomorrow, I promise, you know, and hopefully on time this time, and, you know, not a computer snafu waiting to happen. Do take care of yourselves, my lovely senators and inductees. Rest well and be merry. You're welcome amongst my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, Instagram, all that fun stuff. Stay safe out there. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.